Welcome back to Cosmic Wand, Storytellers. I'm so glad you're here today, because we've got an adventure that's going to bend the rules of the wizarding world in the best possible way. Today we're diving into, what if Harry had a copy-paste system that let him steal any spell just by watching it once, a 6-chapter saga of power, friendship, and a very polite little voice behind Harry's eyes. If you love what we do here, hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a new adventure. Now grab a cup of tea, settle in, and let's begin. Chapter 1, The System Awakens. Little Whinging was sweating. The whole of Privet Drive hummed under a late August sky the color of stewed plums, and Harry Potter sat on the iron swing at the neighborhood park with his fingers tangled in the chain and his eyes closed against the heat. The metal burned against his knuckles. It should have bothered him. It did not. He had been practicing a trick lately, not magic, exactly, but a cousin of it, where he found the smallest hot point in whatever discomfort he was wearing and simply looked past it, the way he had learned, over 10 summers, to look past Vernon Dursley's breathing. He had not spoken to the Dursleys in 3 weeks, except to ask Petunia to pass the butter once, which she had done, astonishingly, without flinching. That was the summer in one gesture. They had all been living in the same house like strangers who had agreed, in a mutual and silent treaty, to stop pretending they were relatives. Vernon's blood pressure depended on it. Petunia's china did too. Dudley had been sent to boxing in the mornings and to a friend's house in the afternoons and had come home most nights with a glazed look that Harry recognized from his own mirror, although neither of them would have admitted they had looked like one another in anything, ever. The news on Vernon's radio at tea time had, for 3 weeks, been full of storms that were not storms, outages that were not outages, accidents on the motorway that had been suspiciously quiet. Harry had sat in the hall on the stairs with his head against the wall and listened, and known what he was hearing: Voldemort, moving. The Ministry, denying it. The papers, swallowing the denial. He had written to Sirius about it and gotten a one-line answer that had said, "Steady, pup. Eyes up. Soon." Soon, Harry had thought. Soon is easy for people with wands. He had been waiting for a letter for 16 days. The counting was a kind of prayer, the silence, the answer he had been given. Ron's letters were careful. Hermione's were careful in a different way. He could picture her hunched over parchment at dawn, chewing her lip, saying nothing useful because there was nothing useful to say. Sirius sent him 2 lines once a week, each one a small defiance. Dumbledore had sent nothing at all. Somewhere past Mrs. Fig's cats and the end of Magnolia Crescent the sky tipped over into a color that never appeared in a normal summer. The air went cold. The light thinned, as if someone had poured dust through it. The cicadas stopped. Harry's hand was on his wand before his mind caught up. "Harry, wait up, you freak." Dudley Dursley had appeared at the top of the alley, boxing sweated and scared for reasons he would not admit. Harry had not asked for his company walking home. He hadn't asked for Dudley most of his life. They were both 15 years old and they had nothing to say to each other that wasn't poisoned. "Do you feel that?" Harry said, soft. "Feel what?" "It's freezing." "Why is it freezing, Potter? What did you do?" "Shut up, Dudley." He did not say it unkindly. He said it the way a climber might say quiet to a partner who was about to put his foot on a false ledge. "Get behind me." "What, get behind me?" 2 shapes slid into the alley between the hedges the way oil slides across water. They did not walk. They drifted. Harry had been 12 years old the first time he saw a Dementor and he had learned then that fear had a kind of gravity. It pulled your whole self toward a central wound. It found the worst thing you had ever heard and made you listen to it again, on a loop, until you forgot your own name. One of the Dementors rotated its hood toward him. The other lunged at Dudley. Expecto Patronum /. The word came out before he had decided to say it, and the stag that leapt from his wand was the cleanest silver he had ever produced, antlers forking the alley into bright rooms. Prongs hit the first Dementor in the chest and flung it against the fence, the second tore itself upright and fled in a flickering spasm. Dudley had crumpled to the concrete, hands at his mouth, a noise coming out of him that wasn't a word. Harry pivoted, found the first Dementor rallying by the hedge, and drove the Patronus at it. "Go," he snarled. "Run." The stag threw the creature out of the alley like a house cat throwing a rat. Silver bled out of the air. Warmth crept back in. Harry stood in the ringing stillness with his wand hand shaking very finely, and thought, two. There were two. Here. In Little Whinging. Then the voice began. Witness confirmed, Patronus charm, corporeal, prongs class. Signature catalogued. Mastery coefficient, 98.1%. Copy-paste system online. Welcome, Anchor. Harry stopped breathing. The letters were not letters. They were not in his ears. They hung behind his eyes as if his own skull had opened a window on something patient and bright. The type was clean and unfussy. Under the greeting, a smaller line pulsed, new spell available for assimilation, expecto patronum. Already owned. Efficiency upgraded. Observation queue, empty. Walk the world. Watch the world. Anchor, are you still with us? He said yes out loud before he knew he was going to, and then laughed once, low, because he was 15 and he had just answered a hallucination and his cousin was on the ground and two Dementors had tried to kill them and the sky had gone wrong and he was laughing. He swallowed the laugh before it could turn into the other thing. Dudley, he said. Dudley, I need you to get up. Dudley was crying in a way that was going to mortify him tomorrow and heal him later. Harry got an arm under him. He was heavy. Harry had been feeding himself on Fig's leftovers and spite for 6 weeks and he did not have the shoulders for this job, but he did it anyway. There was the sound of running and then Mrs. Fig was there, her shawl flapping, a cat somewhere behind her yowling a war cry. Mundungus Fletcher, she spat at the hedge, when I get my hands on you, you're a witch, Dudley said, without opening his eyes. Squib, Mrs. Fig said, and put her hand on Harry's elbow like a general. Put your wand away, lad. You did brilliantly. The ministry will have scented that Patronus. You'll have an owl before supper. Come on. Get your cousin home. I'll be 2 steps behind you. He walked Dudley home with an arm around his back and a gut full of the strange quiet that comes after a sprint. In his head the system murmured, not unkindly, heart rate decelerating. Good. Try not to Patronus your cousin. Shut up, Harry said. I didn't say anything .. Dudley whimpered. Not you. On the walk back Mrs. Fig kept a nervous pace 2 steps behind them, muttering at hedges. When a cat streaked across the pavement she hissed at it in a language that was not English and not cat, and the cat hissed back and vanished under a parked Ford. Dudley, under Harry's arm, made a sound that was half a question and half a surrender and said, I saw things. Bad things. My whole life. It does that, Harry said. They eat hope. They make you remember the worst of yourself. What are you? Harry laughed once, not unkindly. A wizard, Dud. You know that. I didn't believe it. Not really. I thought it was a trick. It isn't a trick. Harry guided him over a crack. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to see them. I'm sorry you had to see me save you. You're going to remember that, and it's going to mess with your head, and you're going to be a worse person about it or you're going to be a better one, and I can't pick which for you. You have to pick. Dudley did not answer. His mouth worked. At the corner of the drive he tried, for half a second, to walk unsupported, and when his knee went out from under him he let Harry catch him, which was, for the two of them, the first honest moment they had ever had. Vernon Dursley opened the door and started shouting in the middle of his own question. Petunia had tea. There were tears, some of them hers, most of them not quite. There was a letter snapping in on an owl that lighted on the breakfast bar and shredded the corner of a Daily Mail with a foot. Harry took the letter because it was easier than explaining anything. Dear Mr. Potter, you are hereby informed that the Ministry of Magic has detected the use of the Patronus charm at your place of residence at 23 minutes past 9 this evening. Idiots, he muttered. Shall we send them a stag? The system offered, with what could only be described as a flicker of amusement. You can be funny. We are whatever you are, Anchor. Mrs. Fig must have moved fast on the outside world, because the worst bits of the letter were walked back within the hour, and by the time the second letter arrived Harry was packed. Dumbledore's hand on the parchment this time. Don't leave the house. Don't use magic. Don't go to Mrs. Fig's. A carriage tomorrow. Then, underneath, in the cramped handwriting Harry knew, Brave, Harry. Brave. Again. He read it twice and folded it and put it into the inside pocket of his jeans against his ribs. The Dursleys did not speak to him that night. Dudley sat at the kitchen table with his hands around a mug and looked at Harry once, a long quiet look, and Harry nodded at him, and that was enough, in Privet Drive, where nothing between cousins had ever been enough. Up in his room under the slope of the roof, Harry stood at the window, 15 years old, newly armed, newly marked. The sky had gone back to its ordinary plum. He could feel the system breathing at the back of his mind like an owl that was waiting to be invited inside. He closed his eyes and spoke to it. What are you? An old kindness. A structure. A door. Whose? You are taking the question too far for the answer you need tonight. What do you do? I let you see what other wands do, and if you choose, I let your wand do it too. Watch a thing. Choose to keep it. You keep it. Anything. Anything cast where your eyes can reach. Within reason, within the shape of your magic. Some things cost more than others to claim. What's the cost? Attention, Anchor. That is all. That is always all. He opened his eyes. Hedwig was on the sill, her head cocked, feathers ruffled by a wind he could not feel. He raised his hand and she walked onto his knuckle without hesitation, and he thought, with a clarity that surprised him, I am not 16 yet. I have a war on the horizon and a Dementor in my alley and a system that talks to me about attention. I am not going to flinch. I have flinched enough for one life. The system hummed approval, very low, as if it had heard him think it. All right then, Harry said, and went to sleep with the letter under his pillow and his wand on his chest. Grimmauld Place smelled like rust and old velvet and 3 generations of arguments. They had come for him at dawn in a small, silent flight of brooms, Tonks laughing into her scarf at the back, Mad-Eye Moody at the front like a stone gargoyle with a leg. Kingsley Shacklebolt tipped his hat at Harry and his voice was so deep it felt like weather. Remus Lupin had smiled at him the way older men smiled at soldiers they were about to send somewhere. Harry had felt the system stir once at the sight of Moody's eye and flash a small, satisfied pulse, archive updated, Moody, A, legendary defensive instincts, partial profile stored, and then subside. It did not display on strangers. It was polite. Sirius was in the drawing room with his hands in his hair, and when Harry came through the door he stood up so fast his chair tipped, and he crossed the room and pulled Harry into an embrace that had something broken in it. You're too thin, Sirius said into his hair. You're too indoors, Harry said, and felt Sirius laugh once, a single, ragged, real laugh. Mrs. Weasley tried to feed him 5 things at once. Ron and Hermione descended from the upper landing with a thunder that broke a portrait, and Mrs. Black screaming carried down the stairs in layered echoes until Sirius sprinted off to wrestle her curtains back shut. Ron hugged Harry with a thump between the shoulder blades. Hermione just held on for a long time, with her face turned into his shoulder so no one could see it. You should have written more, she said. I wrote you every day. I know. That's what I mean. I'm fine. You are not, Hermione said, without looking at him, fine. But you are here. They ate. He told the story of the Dementors 3 times, with different details for Mrs. Weasley and for Kingsley and for Sirius, what he did not tell any of them, yet, was the voice behind his eyes and the word anchor. He needed one more walk around it before he handed it to other people. After dinner Sirius walked him down to the kitchen where the table had been cleared and the lamps had been turned low. Lupin was there, reading a battered book with his feet up on a chair, and Kingsley had come back in from somewhere outside smelling faintly of rain. Moody was leaning in the corner by the pantry like a statue someone had forgotten to take out. "Sit, Harry," Sirius said. "You don't have to say anything. You don't have to listen. I just want you close." Harry sat. Lupin poured him tea without looking up. Moody's magical eye swiveled around once and settled. The order meeting, which Mrs. Weasley had emphatically barred him from, happened in the next room, through a door that did not quite fit its frame. Harry heard Snape's voice, which annoyed him in the familiar, comforting way Snape always did. He heard Kingsley murmur about ministry memos. He heard Sturgis Podmore, or someone who was not Sturgis Podmore, laughing about a bar in Devon. He heard the word Dementors twice. He heard his name once, and his mother's name, and Sirius's hand, on the table beside him, closed briefly into a fist and then opened again. When the meeting ended the door stayed shut for a long minute, and then it opened and Dumbledore did not come through it. Severus Snape did. He wore his usual black. He stopped in the doorway and looked at Harry for one of those long Snape looks that could have meant anything, and then he said, "Potter. You would do well not to flaunt what happened to you in Little Whinging." "I haven't flaunted anything." "You are about to." Snape's voice was drier than usual, which, with Snape, was a weather report. "Keep your mouth shut about things you cannot explain, and about things you can. I will be watching. This is not a threat, Potter. It is an invitation. Take it." He went past, robes whispering. Harry looked at Sirius, who had gone very still. What did he mean? "I don't know," Sirius said. "Snape's cryptic like fog is cryptic, he's just being himself." "But Harry," he dropped his voice, "if Snape is telling you to be careful, he knows something. Listen to him." "I hate saying that out loud." Lupin turned a page. "He's an unpleasant man, Harry. He is also, in his own warped fashion, an ally. The world is inconvenient that way." "Thanks, Moony. Drink your tea." Upstairs in the room Sirius had cleared for him and Ron, with a lamp that worked and a lamp that did not, he sat on the bed with his knees up and looked at his wand. Ron stacked pillows on the floor for Hermione, because she had refused to go to the girls' room and wanted to sit on a pile like a tired empress, and he knew it. "Right," Ron said, setting the pillows. "Out with it." Harry blinked. "What?" "You've gone quiet," Ron said. "You're never quiet unless you're sitting on something." Hermione set her mug on the night table. "He's right." He looked at them. He had known these two, at this point, longer than he had known himself, which was a sentence that didn't parse and that still felt true. He drew a breath, and he told them. Dementors, alley, stag. Then the voice. Then the prompts. Then anchor. He told them about the system speaking to him about attention. He told them how it had, unprompted, offered a joke about his cousin. Ron's eyes got wider and wider. By the end of the telling he was sitting on a pillow, cross-legged, his hair pushed straight up where he had been running his hands through it. "So," he said, to clarify. "Yes. If I were to cast, I don't know, Wingardium Leviosa, it would be offered to me," Harry said. "Yes. Do it," Ron said. "I already know Wingardium Leviosa." "Then do something else." "Hermione, do a good one. Do the silent one, the thing you were practicing." "Hermione?" Hermione had gone very still. Her eyes were the color of a problem she had been waiting to receive. "Harry," she said. "Do you hear it all the time? Only when something's been cast? Or when I ask it questions? Has it asked anything of you?" "No. Not yet." "Not yet," he agreed, and she nodded the way she nodded when she was filing something. Ron got up off the pillow. Right. Testing. I'm testing. I'm absolutely testing. He turned his wand on the dresser and said, with great care, Avis. A small flock of yellow birds chirped into existence above his head. Ha backslash. Take that backslash. Harry's vision furred gently. New spell observed, Avis, conjuring, minor. Low cost. Assimilate. He smiled. Yes. Assimilated. Owned. He raised his wand, not thinking very hard, and said Avis, and a second, identical flock burst from the tip of his wand and tangled with Ron's, chirping. Hermione made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a gasp. Oh, Ron said, crestfallen. You little bastard. Do a hard one, Hermione said, leaning forward. Do reductio. Ron reductioed his own birds, which was a thing he should not have done at their size, and Harry caught the prompt and claimed it and shrunk a chair an inch too far. Hermione conjured a feather and then an ink bottle and then a bracelet, and Harry took them one after the other, and the system stored them with polite little chimes. On the fourth spell Hermione stopped and looked at him for a long time. You're not tired, she said. No. No exhaustion at all. No. Try vanishing the bracelet. Not conjuring. Vanishing. Ron did Evanesco. Harry watched. Evanesco, moderate cost, assimilate. He said yes. The bracelet he had conjured a minute ago went away to wherever vanished things went. Hermione put her hands over her mouth. Harry, she said from behind her fingers, this is, Harry. This is not. This is, I know. This is the sort of thing that wizards have died to have. This is the sort of thing history has died for. This is, I know. We're going to tell Dumbledore, she said, after another long moment. I'm going to tell Dumbledore, Harry said. Tomorrow. Ron exhaled. Good. I want Dumbledore's face when he hears. I want to write a little diary entry about Dumbledore's face. I want to, Ron. Sorry. Sorry. I'm buzzing. You have a cheat code. You have a bloody cheat code. And it's polite. It's a polite cheat code. What's its name? I don't think it has a name. You can give it one. I don't think it wants one. Of course it wants one. Everybody wants a name. Call it, archive. No. Ledger. No. The thing. Hermione sighed. It's called a system, Ronald. It named itself. Copy-paste. That's what it does, Ron said. It's not a name. It's a job. A job is a name, Hermione said. Harry heard, very faintly, at the edge of his attention, I will not protest either way, anchor. I'll call it the system, he said, because it's got manners, and I don't want to hurt its feelings. Downstairs, a pipe banged. Somewhere in the house a woman's voice was rising and falling behind a portrait that would not shut up. Harry leaned back on his pillow and thought about tomorrow, and about Dumbledore's letter, and about the word anchor, and about 2 Dementors in a Muggle alley. Hermione, he said. The Ministry sent Dementors after me. She turned her head slowly. You don't know that. Nobody else would have. Voldemort doesn't need them in Little Whinging. They were sent. By Fudge. By someone under Fudge. Somebody wanted me dead or expelled. Ron said a word that rhymed with duck. Tomorrow, Hermione said, we talk to Dumbledore. Tonight we sleep. Harry, please, for the love of all that is magical and most of what is not, please go to sleep. Yes, Mum. She threw a pillow at him. He caught it. The system caught that, too, observed motion tracking, minor, not copied, already owned, and in his half-laugh he thought, I am going to be all right. I am going to be better than all right. I am going to be the worst possible enemy Voldemort has ever had, and I am going to sleep on this pillow. In the morning there was court. The Wisingamot room was colder than it had any right to be in August, and Fudge's chin was up in the belligerent way Harry had seen only once before, on Vernon Dursley when he had been caught stealing a neighbor's bin. Harry stood in the defendant's chair with his hands behind his back and looked at Dumbledore, who did not meet his eye because he was too busy arranging a small administrative massacre. Witnesses, bylaws, Mrs. Figg's testimony, Mrs. Figg being a squib of reliable character, minister, Dumbledore producing precedence in a voice soft enough to cut glass. Harry had expected it to be ugly and he had not been wrong. Fudge had scheduled the hearing for dawn and shifted the venue an hour before, which Sirius called, in a voice dry enough to strike a match on, a particularly cowardly piece of choreography. Arthur Weasley had walked Harry to the ministry with a hand on his shoulder and his face carefully made up of nothing. Tonks had met them at the lift and winked at Harry, and her hair had gone a perfectly ordinary brown, which was its own kind of message. By the time Harry had been steered into the great windowless courtroom he had let go of worrying about any of the procedural parts of what was going to happen. He was simply watching the people in the tiered benches as if they were chess pieces, and asking himself, in the back of the shrinking quiet of his skull, which of them had sent the Dementors and which of them had merely voted, the day before, to pretend the Dementors had not been sent. The answer, when the verdict had come down, had not surprised him. A thin handful of the benches had flinched in the direction of acquittal like people who had not expected it. Those would be the honest ones. A larger handful had slumped back as if a cricket match had been rained out. Those were the calculators. Umbridge, in the front row, had not moved. Her little pink-gloved hands had stayed folded. Her eyes had found Harry and had, with a slow precision, filed him somewhere in the long straight cabinet of her mind. It went the way it was going to go. Cleared of all charges. Fudge slapped his gavel so hard it bounced. Outside the courtroom Dumbledore walked past him without looking at him, and Harry understood, perhaps for the first time clearly, that the silence of the summer had been a kind of construction project, and that he had been both its foundation and its tenant. He felt annoyance, and then, unexpectedly, something soft, the understanding that Dumbledore was also tired, and that being tired did not excuse his choices and did not erase them either. "Headmaster," Harry said, and his voice was quieter than he meant. "I need 10 minutes of your time." Dumbledore stopped. He looked at Harry for a long time. "Indeed you do," he said. In a side corridor he listened, and Harry told him about the system. Dumbledore's expression did one small thing and then became very still, the way a lake gets still when a bird lands on it. When Harry finished, he said, "Thank you, Harry, for telling me at once. I suspected that something of this nature might have begun. I did not expect it to speak. It has manners." Dumbledore smiled. "How very like you to notice. You knew about it. I know about older structures of which yours may be a descendant, if it is a structure at all and not a private miracle tailored to your shape. We will speak again at the castle, Harry, when the walls are our own and our time is longer." He paused. "Do not be afraid of it. Do not be careless with it either. There is a reason, my boy, that these things have historically fallen into the hands of careful people. You will be careful. I am not asking you to be small. I have no plans to be small, sir." "Excellent," Dumbledore said, with quiet satisfaction, and went to steal a fleet of small official pens for reasons of his own. On the Hogwarts Express the system hummed. At every station it registered the wands of witches and wizards on the platform, sorted them, did not display them because Harry had told it not to, and Harry felt, for the first time since the alley, that he could afford to look out of a window. He and Ron and Hermione and Ginny took a compartment. Neville came by with a plant that bit a fly out of the air. Luna Lovegood came by barefoot, looked at Harry for longer than most people did, and said, "You're a bit brighter than you were last year. Around the edges." "Thanks, Luna," Harry said. "You're welcome." They played Exploding Snap. They ate chocolate frogs. Ron lost 4 cards and 3 of his eyebrows. They did not speak about the system in front of Ginny, but Harry felt her looking at him sometimes as if she had noticed he was doing arithmetic in his head that wasn't supposed to be there, and she did not ask him about it, and he was grateful. Midway through the journey the compartment door slid open without a knock, because Draco Malfoy had never knocked on a compartment door in his life. He had Crabbe and Goyle in his shadow like weather. The 3 of them arranged themselves in the doorway and Draco's eyes found Harry's without haste. "Potter," he said. "Heard you were cornered by a couple of Dementors. Heard you got off. Father says Fudge was practically weeping to keep you out of Azkaban." "Your father," Harry said mildly, "wasn't there." "My father is always there, Potter. Just not where you can see him." "Sounds lonely." Something passed across Draco's face and was put away with the ruthless efficiency of a good butler clearing a plate. He smiled, thin. "You should be careful this year." "I'm always careful." "No. You're always lucky. There's a difference. This year, I'd learn it." He tipped his head in a gesture that was not quite a farewell and walked on. Crabbe and Goyle shuffled after him. Ron exhaled. That was less punchable than usual. "He's different," Hermione said slowly. "He's worried about something." "Malfoy is always worried about something." "No," Hermione said. "This is new." That wasn't puffery. That was a warning. Harry said nothing. He turned his face to the window and watched the country lilt past and thought, very quietly, he knows about his father. He knows what his father is. He is, for the first time in his life, afraid of what that means for him. Interesting. At Hogsmeade the carriages were ready. The Thestrals' black ribs showed. Harry could see them now, Luna could see them too, the rest could not. He put his hand on the flank of the nearest one and murmured, "Good evening." It blinked at him. Recorded, Thestral, placid, feeding habits observed. No spell component. Not copied. "Thanks, old pal," Harry said to the system. "We try." They rattled up toward the castle under an indigo sky and Harry watched the lights come on in the windows, and something in his chest did the old, familiar thing where the place just reached out and held him and did not let go. He put his hand on the windowsill of the carriage so the stone on the other side of the door could feel it. The great hall was candles and the smell of pumpkin. The house banners were new clean for the year and looked dark red, dark blue, dark green, dark yellow. The sorting was quick, the children were small, some of them cried a little under the hat and some of them laughed. Harry did not see, at first, the squat figure at the high table in a cardigan the color of a sick frog. His eye slid past her and then came back. "Who," Hermione said to Ron, "is that?" "Something out of the Ministry," Ron whispered. "Umbridge." Mum spat when she heard the name. "Why?" "She's the one who floated the Dementor bill in the Wizengamot last spring. She's the sort of person who likes making rules no one needs." Dumbledore rose. He welcomed them with 2 sentences that were warmer than anyone in the room had any right to expect, and then he said, graciously, as if he were handing someone a full teacup, that tonight they had a special guest from the Ministry of Magic, Senior Under-Secretary to the Minister herself. Ron kicked Harry under the table. Dolores Umbridge stood. She spoke for 10 minutes. She said, "Progress," twice and "tradition" 11 times and "dangerous deviations" 3. Her voice was honey over a file. "Progress, for progress's sake," Umbridge was saying in a voice that lifted a half-tone on each vowel, "is the enemy of tradition, and tradition, children, is the enemy of disorder. The Ministry of Magic has always viewed the education of young witches and wizards as being of vital importance. And the Ministry must not be, oh, no, 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 the Ministry must not be a spectator. The Ministry will bring a steady hand to this school where a steady hand has, shall we say, been occasionally lacking." Someone in the middle of the Gryffindor table hissed under their breath. Ron's jaw was tight. Fred was grinning the way he grinned before he did something he would regret in the morning. There will be new standards, Umbridge continued. There will be, dare I say, a firmer expectation of the conduct of those who would claim the privilege of a wand. We must sift what is dangerous from what is merely difficult, and we must, above all, protect our children from the wilder edges of their own imaginations. Progress is a sweet idea, but it is an idea that can sour. And sour ideas, like sour milk, must be discarded. She smiled. It was a smile that did not reach her eyes, it barely reached her cheeks. I will be watching, she said, mildly, like a teacher watching a line of children at a zebra crossing. I will be taking note. And I will be, delighted, to know each and every one of you by the end of the term. She sat. There was a small, polite wave of applause that started at the high table and died out by the time it had reached the Ravenclaw end. Dumbledore thanked her with great courtesy. Professor McGonagall's expression did not move, her hand, on the armrest of her chair, had gone white at the knuckle. Harry did not hear her, except with the part of him that had learned to listen to threats in hallway tones. He watched her hands, the way they clasped against her pink front, the way her wand rested against her wrist. He watched her eyes. They stopped on his twice in 10 minutes. The second time she made a small tight smile, the way a woman might who is thinking, him. That one. I know that one. The system went very quiet, which it did, he was coming to learn, only when it had decided to focus. Observed Speaker, Undersecretary Umbridge, D.J., wand, birch, 10.5 inches, unicorn hair. No spells cast. Political aura, ministerial. Caution advised. Anchor, she will test you. Likewise, Harry murmured into his goblet. Hermione heard him. She lifted her eyebrows. Later, nearly headless Nick floated through the wall with a muttered complaint about the gargoyles, and Fred and George set off a small firework in the direction of the Slytherin table that failed to land, and the feast broke up. Harry and Hermione and Ron filed out with the wave. Harry, behind them, glanced up at the high table. Umbridge was gone. Snape was looking at him. Snape was always looking at him. Tonight the look was different. Harry nodded. Snape blinked once, very slowly, and turned away. Out in the corridor, past the great tapestry of knights, Hermione fell into step on his left and Ron on his right, and none of them spoke for a long minute. The enchanted ceiling had been behind them. The candles had been above them. Now the dim blue of the torchlight did a gentler thing to their faces, and Harry could feel his own heartbeat dropping back toward the quiet it had been before the pink woman had stood up. She said, progress, like it was mold, Hermione said. She said, ministry, like she was naming a pet, Ron said. She's going to try to teach us nothing, Hermione said. She's going to try to teach us nothing and then test us, and then fail us for not knowing, and then use that as proof that we were never ready. That's what this is. Then we learn on our own, Harry said, before he had really thought about it. If she won't teach us defense, we'll teach ourselves defense. Hermione went quiet for 2 steps and then looked up at him with an expression that made him want to sit down. Harry. Yes. We're going to talk about that properly. Soon. In a place without portraits. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow. Ron bumped his shoulder. This is going to be a weird year, mate. Every year is a weird year. This one's going to be in a league of its own. In the common room Fred and George cornered him. They had heard something, they had heard a lot of things, they had a list of things, in fact, they wanted him to sign and witness. Harry laughed and promised nothing and escaped up the stairs with Ron a step behind him. The dormitory was the same. The bed was the same. The window looked out over the lake the way it always had, and Harry sat on the sill with his knees up and his wand across his thighs, and he watched the moon come up over the forest and listened to the castle breathe under him. Are you tired? He asked the system, because he was. We do not tire. Can you see my dreams? We are not invited to your dreams. We stand at the door of your waking mind. We are not owl post. We are a library. What's my next lesson, librarian? Tomorrow, charms. A professor you have not been observed by, fully, at this level. Let her cast. Pick 3. You do not need to be greedy. I'll try not to be. Good, anchor. Rest. He rested. The dream came on a long black tide, and he knew at once it was not his. There was a library in his dream that was older than anything he had ever stood in. The shelves were black wood and as tall as the sky. The books had no titles. A man sat at a desk in the middle of the library with his hands folded on a page. He wore robes the color of a bruise and he had a face that was handsome the way a cathedral is handsome, full of long, careful, cold lines. Around him, motes of dust moved slowly in a column of light that had no source. He raised his head when Harry approached, although Harry had not made a sound, although Harry did not have a body in this place that he could feel. There you are, the man said. His voice was soft and precise. Harry said nothing. I have been waiting for you a long time, the man said. I felt you come on in the alley. Oh, that was a beautiful stag, boy. That was a beautiful piece of old craft. I have not felt another anchor in 73 years. Do you know what an anchor is? Harry did not answer. Forgive me, the man said, smiling a little. We have barely met. I am Selwin. You will hear my name again when it is whispered, and again when it is screamed. I would prefer, for your sake and mine, for it to be neither. I would prefer, if at all possible, to know you. You have something I have been collecting for a long time. I think if you and I sit down together we will understand one another very well. The dream wavered. The books on the high shelves had begun to hum, as if they were aware they were being watched. I will not ask you to trust me tonight, Selwyn said. I have a great deal to do before dawn. I only wanted to say, hello. You are not alone in what has happened to you. Do not let the old man at the school pretend you are. Do not let your friends decide they understand you. And do not, above all, let the pink woman think she has dominion over your mouth. Good night, boy. Sleep well. I will see you again. He inclined his head, courtly, and the library tipped over like a black page turning. Harry woke up in his bed with his heart doing the quiet, deliberate thudding of something that had been paying attention while he slept. The dormitory was dark. The moon was gone. Ron was snoring, slow and unbothered. The system was standing, alert, at the edge of his mind like a man with his hand on his wand. We did not permit that entry. I know. He knows we are here. I know. He will come for us. I know. He lay back and looked at the canopy of the four-poster, and he thought about the stag that had come out of him like a bell in a tower, and about Dumbledore's face when he had said structures, and about Hermione's hand over her mouth and about Ron calling him a little bastard, and about his godfather's arms around him, and about Luna saying he was brighter around the edges, and about the pink woman's eyes across the room, and about the man in the black library, and he smiled up into the dark. Because what he felt was not fear, and it was not anger, and it was not grief. It was something new. It had the shape of a door. He sat up. He got out of the bed. He padded to the window on bare feet and put his palm flat on the cold of the glass and looked out at the grounds. The lake was a lid of mercury. The forbidden forest was a single dark block of nothing. Somewhere far up the coast a curtain of rain was moving inland under a rind of stars. He rested his forehead against the window and breathed the window's cold into his chest until his body understood him again. Selwyn, he said quietly to the night. Then, softer, all right. Anchor. I know. There are protocols. I can teach them to you. Later. Not tonight. Understood. He went back to bed. He did not dream again. Then come, he said softly, to no one in the room, and to everyone listening. Come on, then. Let's see what you've got. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, First Steps. First copies. Dawn at Hogwarts had a smell of its own. Harry had forgotten it over the summer, the way one forgets, in a different country, the particular way the wind sounded at home. The castle in the first hour was bred in stone and a hint of the coming frost, with a thread of old polish somewhere along the edges of the banisters. He came down the stairs two at a time with the quiet of a boy who had decided to be ahead of the day. His wand was in his sleeve. The system was awake behind his eyes like a dog with its ears up. He had not told it where they were going. It had guessed. 7th floor corridor. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. No, Harry said, I want to walk first. I want to see the castle. I want to see what the castle has. He smiled at the first suit of armor he passed, because he always did, and the armor, with the slowness of something that had learned patience over centuries, tipped its helm at him by the width of a breath. Morning. Why do you greet them, Anchor? Because they listen. They don't all do, but some do. The castle is half alive. We had not marked that. Filing. File it gently. The castle is older than you. We feel that. On the 3rd floor he paused by a window and watched the sun come up on the black lake, and the light moving across the water did something to his chest that even Voldemort had never been able to take away. He had been angry for a lot of the summer. He was not angry this morning. He intended to keep it that way for as long as he could. By the time the others started coming down to breakfast, Harry had eaten 2 pieces of toast and a bowl of porridge and was waiting in the great hall with the prophet spread out in front of him. He did not read it. He watched the room fill, and he watched who watched him, and he registered, on the edge of his attention, how the pink woman at the high table took 3 sips of tea before her eyes found him and 3 more before they moved away. Hermione slid in next to him, hair still damp, with a pile of schedules clutched in her hand. Charms, transfiguration, history, potions, defense, she read off Harry's. Defense is last. Good. You'll want the day to see what's coming. What about you? Same, except I swapped divination for ancient runes. I refuse to spend a year staring at tea leaves while the world boils over. Ron dropped beside them, grabbed a slice of bacon, and bit it as if it had wronged him. Morning, he mumbled around it. Mum old. Tells me not to die. Lovely start. Eat a vegetable, Ron, Hermione said without looking up. I had an onion yesterday. A pickle isn't an onion. Pickles are cucumbers that have been persuaded. Harry laughed, and the people nearest them smiled without knowing why. He noticed that too. Charms, as the system had predicted, was first. Flitwick stood on his stack of books and beamed at them as if each of them were a small miracle. 5th year, he said, in the delighted way of a man who taught because he still liked teaching. Silent casting, my dears. That is the milestone. By the end of this year I want each of you to be able to perform the summoning charm and the banishing charm without moving a muscle of your face. For those of you who look pale, Mr. Finnegan, you look pale, I promise this is not difficult. It simply requires practice. And it is, I will add, the single most useful trick you will ever learn in this castle. Harry kept his wand in his hand and his eyes on the professor's. Flitwick, to demonstrate, flicked his wand at a tea tray on the sideboard. The tray rose. The cups on it did not spill. He tapped the air and the tray, in silence, trundled down the center of the classroom and settled on his desk with the softness of a bird. Then he looked at them, smiled, and said, out loud this time, Accio Quill. Harry felt the old fingerprint of the spell cross his chest. He had known Accio for 2 years. The system did not display it, it only noted, politely, that the cast he had just watched was cleaner than his own. He filed that observation alongside the Flitwick mastery note and moved on. Neville sat next to him and tried Accio on a quill and got a quill, which was a triumph for Neville Longbottom in the first 10 minutes of charms, and Harry thumped him companionably on the back. "Good one. I've been practicing over the summer," Neville said, with a quiet satisfaction that Harry respected. "Gran made me. Keep at it. You've got the wrist for it." Neville looked at him for a beat and did not say what his face was thinking, which was, "You've gotten kinder, Harry." Harry saw it anyway, and did not comment, because kindness at Neville was the easiest habit in the world. Silent Accio took Harry about 40 minutes to learn. Flitwick, coming down the aisle, nearly fell off his stack of books at the third success in a row and said, "Oh, very good, Mr. Potter. Very good indeed. You have been practicing, I take it, under the tablecloth at home?" "Something like that, sir." Something like that." Flitwick's eye, Harry thought, was not quite a Flitwick eye at that moment. "Try something heavier." Hermione, at his other side, silently summoned a whole shelf of dictionaries at the back of the room. Harry caught the prompt, observed, "Silent Accio, shelf scale, assimilate. Upgrade." And took the upgrade without fanfare. Hermione glanced at him and did a very small smile at her parchment. By the end of the class Flitwick had them competing, which he always did for fun. The summoning charm game involved stealing each other's quills without being caught, and Harry did not lose a single quill and managed to win 6, 3 of which were Lavender Brown's, who laughed and accused him, gamely, of cheating. Harry said amiably, cheating. With what? Extreme concentration. Flitwick had not stopped watching him the whole lesson. He was not the only one. Transfiguration was McGonagall, and McGonagall did not coddle. She stood at the front of the room with her arms folded and did not bother, that first day, with any softening niceties. "This year," she said, "you begin preparing for the Newt syllabus. You will find your standards have risen. You will find mine have risen more sharply. I would like, before we begin, for each of you to perform the Vera Verto you learned last year on the animal sitting in front of you. Quickly, please." Ron looked at his teacup. "I don't like this." Hermione, without looking up, changed her rat into a crystal goblet in a single, smooth gesture. Harry changed his mouse into a silver cup that had his initials on it, which the system suggested politely, decorative signature, low cost, and which he accepted out of sheer mischief. McGonagall walked past his desk and paused, pursed her lips, and moved on without a word, which was, in McGonagall, an entire aria of approval. Then McGonagall, to demonstrate the next exercise, vanished a whole terrarium of beetles with one quick motion of her wand that made the air go briefly metallic. The system whispered, "Evanesco, mass scale, assimilate upgrade," and Harry said yes, and the upgrade cost him a very small, very brief twinge of fatigue, a millisecond of the day, and then he was whole again, and a little stronger. After class, in the corridor, Hermione said, without looking at him, "Harry, how do you feel?" "Fine." "Define fine." "Less tired than I was at the end of last year." "Ran, how much do you weigh?" 10 stone 4. "I mean how much does the system cost your body, Harry, not what's on your skeleton?" "Oh." He thought. "A biscuit, maybe. Per spell." The upgrades hurt a little more. "Not much." She stopped walking. She turned. She looked at him. "What?" "A biscuit per spell," she said, in the voice she used when the world had offended her by being too simple. "What?" "Nothing. Let's go." "Potions." "We're going to be late." Snape did not look at Harry when the class filed in, which was a message. Snape lectured about the draft of peace, which was delicate, and let them work with a strictness that was almost theatrical. He paced between the desks. He leaned down over Harry's cauldron for longer than he leaned over anyone else's. He did not say anything. Halfway through the session Snape, for no reason Harry could see, cast a fast, quiet spell on his own cauldron to stabilize a minor ripple of color. Harry caught the shape of it. The system offered it. Observed, stabilizatus, minor potion side charm, assimilate? He said yes. Snape's eyes lifted. For a single second they met Harry's. Harry did not look away. Snape's mouth made the smallest downturn it had ever made, a mouth that had been in the long business of downturning for 20 years, and then he straightened up, said, "Potter, your color is off. Stir Widdershins. Your flame is too high. Reduce," and moved on. Harry stirred Widdershins and reduced his flame. He thought, in the quiet back room of his head, Snape felt that. Snape felt the take. Snape knows. He accepted the knowledge without moving his face. Lunch was loud. Ron ate 4 things. Hermione read a book. Harry was, for the first time that year, ambushed by the twins, who swung in from the other end of the table like pirates boarding a schooner. "Good afternoon, our favorite investor," George said. "How do you feel about a proposition?" Fred said. "He feels wary," Hermione said, eating a carrot. "He feels brilliant. He's always felt brilliant. What he needs in his life," Fred said, "is a little more risk." "Go on," Harry said, amused in spite of himself. The twins launched into a pitch about skiving snack boxes and Weasley's wizard wheezes and a rented space in Diagon Alley. They were half serious and wholly earnest. Halfway through, Fred cast, to demonstrate, a small, flashy charm that made a paper boat sail around Harry's head in a spiral while emitting a cheerful little trumpet fanfare. George cast, in counterpoint, a charm that made the fanfare disappear into a puff of sparks when Fred said a code word. Harry did not take any of it. It was exactly the sort of thing the system made it easy to steal and exactly the sort of thing he would not steal. This was the twins' art. They had made it by hand. He would applaud it. He would not file it. "Keep your fanfares," he said. "I don't need fanfares." "Everyone needs fanfares," Fred said. "Everyone deserves fanfares," George said. "What does he need, then, if not fanfares?" "Investors," George said. "You are an investor. You are a quiet, responsible, forward-thinking Gryffindor investor." "I am going to regret this," Harry said. "Beautifully," Fred said. He shook their hands. They did not say thank you, because they were Weasley twins, and for Weasley twins, a handshake was its own scripture. Hermione, who had been listening to all of this over her book, said without lifting her eyes, "If you lose even one of your savings galleons, Harry, I will haunt you personally." Noted. I'm not joking. I know. Defense against the dark arts, as promised, was last. Umbridge was waiting for them at the front of the classroom in a cardigan that was somehow different from the one she had worn at the feast and somehow, also, the same. She had placed a sprig of dried pink flowers on her desk in a small glass jar. The room smelled of dust and a cheap lavender soap. She clasped her hands, because she was that sort of woman. "Welcome, children," she said. Her voice was a kitten's voice that had been taught to do paperwork. "I am Professor Umbridge. You may address me as Professor Umbridge. Please take out a quill and parchment." She cleared her throat. She cleared it again. The sound was not a throat clearing. It was an instruction. On the blackboard behind her, with a flick of her wand and a whisper they did not hear, neat pink letters appeared, "Defensive Magical Theory." She turned. She surveyed. She smiled. "This year," she said, "we will be following a new approach to defense against the dark arts. An approach, I may say, that has been approved by the Ministry of Magic. It is a carefully sequenced theoretical examination of the principles of magical defense. We will not be, I should say, at no point will we be, performing any magic." There was a silence that had in it a small, warm outrage. Hermione, next to Harry, raised her hand. "Yes, dear. Are we not going to practice spells at all, this year? There will be no call for it. Even though the exam includes a practical component." The exam, Umbridge touched her pearls with the tip of a pink finger, will be adjusted. Ron raised his hand. Professor, if Voldemort comes back, a silence of a different quality. A sharp, cold one. There is, Umbridge said, in a voice that was very level now and very cool, no Dark Lord. Nothing has come back. Anyone telling you otherwise is lying. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley, for that crude provocation. The room went still. Harry sat forward. Professor Umbridge, he said, in a voice so reasonable it offended her on arrival, are you saying Cedric Diggory died of an illness? Her head snapped around. Her smile did not slip, it merely moved. Mr. Potter. That is a lie you have been told. I would kindly request you do not repeat it in my classroom. I watched him die. You will come to my office after classes today, Mr. Potter, and we will have a civilized conversation about the nature of truth. Hermione put a hand on his wrist under the desk. He felt the system, behind his eyes, quiver very faintly. He felt, and this was new, and it was interesting, the system's particular, subtle form of anger. It did not have emotions, exactly. It had priorities. Its priorities, at this moment, included him and the people next to him and their general safety and the truth of what he had just said. Its priority did not include a pink woman with a fountain pen. Do not copy her. Do not take anything she casts. She is poisoned. Understood, Harry said, lip barely moving. What was that, Potter? I said, understood, Professor Umbridge. I'm sure you did. She went back to her lecture. He did not hear it. He watched her hands. He watched the little brooch on her collar. He watched the wand she did not use. He watched, from the corner of his eye, Hermione's jaw set into the particular angle that meant, in the private language of their friendship, we are going to do something about this. He watched, across the aisle, Dean Thomas's hands curl into fists on his desk. He thought, without anger and without a flourish, about how schools work, and about how classrooms work, and about how an older woman with a ministry badge could sweep a room of teenagers into learning nothing at all with nothing more than a fountain pen and a rule. He thought, not here. Not this. Not after the alley. After class, walking out, Hermione's hand closed, briefly, around his wrist. Office, she said. Now. Empty classroom on the 3rd floor. You, me, Ron, now. They went. Ron found a dusty, disused classroom with a single squib fireplace and a chalkboard with the handwriting of dead teachers still on it. Hermione locked the door with a quick, neat charm that Harry caught and did not copy because he already had it. Ron planted himself in front of the window. Talk, Ron said, quick. Harry talked. He told them everything he had not had time to tell them the night before, the dream, the man in the library, the word anchor, the phrase first system, the way the system had gone quiet at Umbridge. He told them Snape had felt his take in potions. He told them he thought he could probably, by the end of the year, if he wanted to, outcast anyone in the castle. He did not boast. He simply described it, the way a carpenter describes the shape of a wood. Okay, Hermione said, in a voice that was very steady. We do 3 things. We keep you safe. We make sure you're not alone. And we teach the rest of us to defend ourselves, because we cannot, we absolutely cannot, let Umbridge train a year of wizards to stand still when spells are cast at them. Dumbledore's army, Ron said, without thinking. What? What Mum would have called it. Dumbledore's army. A study group. For defense. Taught by, well. Harry. Hermione looked at Ron with the particular, slow look she gave him when he had been accidentally brilliant. What? Ron said. I read /. I know. I know you read. I was just appreciating it. She turned to Harry. Will you? Harry thought about it. He thought about it for the length of a quiet breath. Yes. When? As soon as we can get a room that will keep us. Ron said, there's a room on the 7th floor. I heard Fred talking about it once. It does what you need it to do. It becomes what you want. Tapestry of a fool teaching trolls to dance. He said it only opens if you walk past it 3 times thinking about what you need. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. The room, Hermione said, half to herself. The room of requirement. There are notes about it in, never mind. We're going. Tonight. All 3 of us. We're going to see if it's real. And if it is, we build it. Then we build it, Harry said. At dinner Dumbledore's seat was empty. Umbridge's seat was not. Her eye tracked Harry across the hall for a full minute before she found something else to look at. He smiled at her, small. She did not smile back. That was the point. Harry did not go to her office after classes. He went to the library, instead, and he pulled down a book on wand law and another on defensive magic and sat in the back corner with Ron and Hermione and read for 3 hours until the librarian, Madame Pants, glared them out into the corridor. Umbridge sent a second year with a note at 8. He accepted the note. He read it. He filed it in his bag and did not reply. Hermione watched him do it and said nothing. Ron said, "Oh, mate. You're spoiling for it." "I'm not spoiling for anything. I'm not going to her office. I'm not sitting in her chair. I'm not drinking her tea. The day I play that game is the day she wins." "Okay. And the day she wins," Harry said, quietly, "is not today." At 9:30 they stood in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy on the 7th floor corridor. Harry walked past it 3 times, thinking hard about what he wanted: a room to practice defense in, a room that would fit 25 of us, a room to teach my friends to fight. On the 3rd pass, a door appeared in the wall where no door had been. A handle of old brass, warm under Harry's hand. He looked at the other 2. He pushed. The room inside was a dream of gymnasium and library at once. Mats on the floor. Cushions along the walls. A wall of shelves with every defensive textbook Harry had ever seen and several he had not. 3 mirrors the height of a man. A dummy in the center of the room that had a bowler hat on it, which was, Harry thought, a touch of the room's own humor. Ron whistled. "Well," Hermione said, in a voice that was barely under control, "that settles that." Harry stepped inside. The door shut behind them. He turned on the spot, and the dummy turned with him, and the mirrors held him gently. "Welcome," he said aloud, and the room seemed, faintly, to hum back. "Hermione, make a list. Ron, pick the first 5 spells we teach. And then, let's see if I can do them all." "Can you teach?" Hermione asked quietly. "Really teach?" He thought about Lupin, in the 3rd year, showing him the Patronus, eyes kind, hands patient, voice level. He thought about the way Lupin had held the word ridiculous in his mouth before he had spoken it, as if tasting it for warmth. He thought about the way Moody had taught by throwing things at people. He thought about Flitwick's something like that, Mr. Potter, this morning. He thought about McGonagall, silent in transfiguration, her lips pursed with approval. He thought about Cedric, and about the alley, and about Sirius's arms around him at Grimmauld. "Yes," he said. "I can teach." Selwyn watched him through the dream door that night. There was no library this time. The man in the bruise-colored robe stood in a black field that had no horizon, his hands behind his back, his eyes full of a patience that was almost kind. Harry stood opposite him, and this time he had a body in the dream, an outline, a suggestion of limbs, the weight of a boy who was nevertheless 15. "Room of requirement," Selwyn said, in a voice full of quiet amusement. "Lovely choice. I used it myself, many years ago. It was kind to me. I hope it is kind to you. What do you want? Conversation?" "No. Selwyn smiled. I will not ask anything of you tonight. I merely wanted to say, you learned 3 spells today. You took a Mass Evanesco. You refused to take from the Pink Woman. I approve. You have taste. Not everyone with a system has taste. Most of the old ones had none at all. They took everything and they filled up like a cellar that had never known the word enough. It corrupts you, in the end. Not, the system, I mean. Sorry. Greed corrupts the system. You are not greedy. I am very glad. If you approve of me, I am doing something wrong. Don't flatter yourself, boy. I approve of many things. I approve of rain. I approve of good tea. My approval has nothing to do with your moral condition. I only note it. Harry said nothing. Your system called you anchor, Selwyn went on, mildly. It called me that once, too, long ago. It is not a title. It is a function. You anchor magic to a place in the weave. So do I. So did a handful of others who came before us. We are rare. We will not, I think, be rare for long. What does that mean? That you are a beginning of a kind. That there will be more of us. That we are the shape of what magic remembers how to do, every 5 or 6 centuries, when the world grows a little too small. I will not explain more. Not tonight. Tonight I merely wanted to congratulate you on your first day and wish you a good second. Leave my dreams. I will. Now. As you wish. He inclined his head, courtly again, and was gone. Harry woke before dawn. He did not sleep again. He lay with his hand on his wand and he thought, without panic and without hurry, about what an enemy was and what a teacher was and how, sometimes, in his life, those two things had been hard to tell apart. The second week of classes was a quiet festival of small thefts. He took, from Professor Sprout, a neat little protective hex that peeled like a petal around a hand when a handler gripped a mandrake wrong. She did not notice. He took, from a Ravenclaw 7th year in the hall, a delicate water-shaping charm that the older boy was showing off to his friends in a fountain. He took, from Hagrid, a low whistle that calmed a thestral and that cost nothing to cast and that he used, once, on a neighbor's terrified owl in the Ollery. He took a few smaller spells from Hermione, because she was a library of minor charms and she gave them to him freely when he asked. He took nothing from Umbridge, who did not cast in class and who, he had come to believe, did not cast very much at all. She preferred memos. In a tenement in Knockturn Alley, at roughly the same time Harry was teaching Colin to disarm a dummy, a tall thin man with a scar splitting the corner of his mouth stood at a window and listened to a pocket watch that was not a watch. It ticked once for every spell cast within a 200-mile radius that had certain obscure markings on its edges. The pocket watch had been ticking, on and off, for a month. Over the past hour it had ticked 78 times. Rabaston Lestrange closed the watch and put it in his coat. He is practicing, he said, to no one. Practicing, agreed the other man in the room, who sat in a single chair and poured himself something from a dark bottle. And teaching. How do you know he is teaching? Because, said the man in the chair, whose voice was soft and precise and who wore robes the color of a bruise, the signatures are not all his. They are repeating in a pattern. He is showing others how to cast them. He is running a school. Rabaston made a small, displeased sound. Do not sulk, Rabaston, Selwyn said. It is beneath you. And it tells me you are worried, which you should not be. He is a boy. He has taste, which is new. He has friends, which is difficult. And he has our old tutor in his head, which is a door. We will walk through the door at our leisure. Meanwhile, go and watch the forest. Do not be seen. Do not cast. Do not breathe on a twig. I want to know the rhythm of the castle's night patrols. And then, Selwyn said, taking a sip of something quite good, we will have a conversation with Mr. Potter in a place of our choosing, at a time of my preference, about the nature of inheritance. By the end of the second week he had catalogued 214 spells, upgraded 40 of them past their stock form, and performed most of them silently. The system had not so much as frowned. He slept 8 hours a night. He ate well. He ran the lake every morning, which he had not done before, which some part of him, a part that had decided, in the alley, to be worthy of the stag, had insisted on. He was careful. He did not show off. He did not, in class, outperform anyone so dramatically that they would remember he had done it. He answered questions when called on and missed a question now and again on purpose to keep the shape of himself ordinary in other people's eyes. He cast lumos in the library as if he had just mastered lumos. Snape watched him. McGonagall watched him. Umbridge watched him. Dumbledore did not. Dumbledore was not in the castle. That was a thing that was starting to worry Hermione. "He's at the Wisingamot," she said, on a Thursday, pulling a scroll out of her bag. "The prophet is running a smear on him every third day. They're stripping his titles. They want him out of the chief warlock's chair. He's going to be ousted by November at this rate." "Good," Ron said, not looking up. "It means he's free to work." "It means they'll come for the school next," Hermione said. She was right. She was, Harry thought, often right. He did, however, get called to her office on Friday. "Sit, Mr. Potter." "I'll stand, thank you." "Sit." He sat, because fighting her on furniture would cost him a conversation he wanted to have. She offered him tea. He declined. She offered him a biscuit. He declined. She smiled at him with a kindness that had been measured out in teaspoons. "Mr. Potter. You are spreading rumors in my classroom." "I was telling the truth." "There is no truth without authority." "Interesting philosophy, Professor." "Not a popular one." Her smile did not move. She slid a piece of parchment across the desk toward him. "You will sign this. It is a statement to the effect that you will stop telling lies about the alleged return of a certain person." "No. Mr. Potter." "No, Professor. You will find it inconvenient to refuse me." "I have," he said, "been refusing inconvenient adults my whole life. I'm good at it." A very small tremor moved across the smile, a tiny crack in the teapot, quickly sealed. "You will write lines for me, then. For the next 2 weeks. Every evening after classes. My office. At 8 o'clock. Until you see sense. Detention, then." "Correction, Mr. Potter. Detention. Call it what it is." He stood up. She did not stop him. At the door he paused. "For what it's worth, Professor, I won't be signing anything. And I won't be writing lines. I will, however, come to your office at 8, as requested, because I respect the concept of a rule, and I would prefer to be expelled on a formal matter than a casual one. You will find that I am quite patient. I hope you are too." He shut the door behind him with great care. In the corridor, Hermione was waiting with her arms crossed. "Well," she said. "She wants to make me sign something saying Voldemort isn't back. And I declined." "Harry." "Hermione." Hermione exhaled. "All right. Detentions. We'll figure it out. She'll try to wear you down. She won't succeed. Also, there's been a rumor since last night that she has a blood quill. If she tries that, you get up and walk out. We'll tell McGonagall. We'll tell Sirius. We will not, under any circumstances, let her cut you. I know. I want to hear you say it. She will not cut me." "Good." On the Saturday, in the room of requirement, they had their first proper DA meeting. 28 people came. Harry had expected 12. He stood on a cushion and spoke, quietly, because his voice did not need to be loud, and told them what he thought they were, and what he thought they could become, and what the rules were going to be, and how he would not, under any circumstances, teach anyone who could not stand to be corrected in front of the others. He said the word Voldemort twice. 2 people flinched. Neither of them left. They practiced Expelliarmus. Luna, barefoot on the mat, cast a disarming charm that came out of her wand in a curl like a steam and took Harry's wand right out of his hand. He laughed. He picked up his wand. He asked her to do it again. The system did not offer her cast to him, because he already owned it, it merely noted her flavor of it. Her Expelliarmus is teasing, anchor. Yours is purposeful. Both correct. Mine will win. But hers will disarm a friend. Fine. We'll keep them both. Noted. Colin Creevey cast his Expelliarmus twice at the dummy and missed both times and turned a magnificent color of pink. Harry walked him through it slowly, the way Lupin had walked him through spells when he had been 13, and on the third try Colin's wand leapt clean out of the dummy's hand and sailed across the room into Dean's, who caught it without looking up from his mat. Colin let out a whoop. 2 Hufflepuff girls applauded. Zacharias Smith, who had come because he was curious and stayed because he had been told he was slow, sniffed audibly from the back row. Harry turned. Zacharias. What? Come up to the front. Bring your wand. Why? Because you're going to help me teach the next one. Zacharias looked at Harry and tried to decide if he was being patronized. He came up anyway. Harry showed him, step by step, the wand movement for the shield charm, Hermione's wrist snap with her flatter thumb, and said, cast it on me. Hit me with one. I'll break it with an Expelliarmus you can watch. Zacharias cast. The shield came up as a pale dome. Harry's Expelliarmus hit it, took half of it, and left the other half standing. Again, Harry said, already smiling. Zacharias cast again, better this time. Harry hit the shield with a little more, the shield held. Zacharias's chest went up half an inch with the thing that was pride and the thing that was being seen for the first time in his life by a teacher who did not think he was a nuisance. Harry pretended he had not noticed. Zacharias would pretend it too. That was the trade. We'll be practicing Protego proper next week, Harry said to the room. By the month mark I want every one of you able to put a shield up in half a second, silent, in the middle of running. If you can't do it by then I will still like you, and I will still teach you, but I will be slightly cross with you, and you should be embarrassed. Yes, Neville. Neville had raised his hand. Could we do the shield while moving? Please. That's exactly what we'll do. Good, Neville said. Gran says the standing shield is a trap. Your Gran is a wise woman. She shot a Death Eater in the face in 1979. I'll buy her a drink. At the end of the meeting, as people filed out in ones and twos, Ginny stayed behind. Harry. Yeah. I need to tell you something. Go. I've been seeing someone. In the library. In the Forbidden Forest. I think. She paused. Far off. Watching. An adult. A man. I've seen him twice. I thought you should know. He went very still. Describe him. Tall. Dark robes. Not Death Eater robes, different. Courtly. Careful. Nice face. The way a bad thing can have a nice face. Ginny, Harry said, careful, if you see him again, do not speak to him. Find me. Or find McGonagall. Don't go alone. I was going to say the same to you. He looked at her. She looked at him. She was not Ron's little sister anymore. She had not been Ron's little sister for a long time. She had been, quietly, a person he liked and trusted, and who liked and trusted him. He nodded. She nodded. She left. Selwyn was on the grounds. Selwyn was actually here. Harry sat on a cushion alone for a few minutes after the others had gone, with the room murmuring its tiny private hum around him, and he let the idea settle. He did not panic. He did not flare. He had decided, back at Privet Drive, that he was not going to flinch. He did not flinch. If he is here, he is a proxy, the system said. Explain. He is old. He is tired. He moves his shape through agents. A Selwyn on the grounds is not necessarily his body. It is likely a borrowed body, or a polyjuiced one. His real self is elsewhere, hidden well. Where? We cannot say. We will know him when he casts. He cannot cast within our field without us tasting it. Tell me the second he casts. Understood. Harry stood up. He brushed the matte dust off his trousers. I'm going to find Snape, he said, and I'm going to ask him what he knows. He's the only adult at the moment who told me to be careful with the right amount of fear on his face. He knows something. A hostile ally is still an ally, Anchor. That's what I thought. He found Snape in the dungeons, grading essays, with the door half open. Snape did not look up when Harry came in. Snape did not look up when Harry closed the door. Snape did not look up until Harry said, conversationally, into the stillness, Professor Snape, if I tell you I have been having dreams I would like to stop having, will you do me the professional courtesy of not asking me to describe them, and merely give me a name or two and send me on my way? Snape's quill paused. Well. Yes or no? That, Snape said, coldly, is a question a sensible boy would not have asked. And you, Potter, are not a sensible boy. However. He set down the quill. He did not stand. He looked at Harry for the full length of one slow sentence. Go and read, Snape said, about the Order of the Keys. Go and read about the 9th theorem of Dorian Prince. Go and read about a duel in Paris in 1789 that did not make the newspapers. When you have read these things, come back to me and we will have a civilized conversation. Until then, Potter, do not come into this office and pretend you have no idea what you are carrying. You have not only an idea. You have the fact itself. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Go. He went. Snape picked up the quill again. He dipped it with the precision of a surgeon. He began, without looking at Harry, to score a line through a 4th year's essay. One more thing, Potter. Yes, sir. Your clemency is atrocious. I have watched you for 4 years. You leak at the top of your head like a milk jug. If this thing that has taken up residence in your skull attracts the kind of interest I suspect it does, you will be invaded, Potter. You will be invaded nightly. You will begin practicing shielding your mind. You will begin tonight. And you will not, under any circumstances, tell the headmaster that I am instructing you to. Why not? Because the headmaster, for reasons I could explain to you for a week, prefers you to be transparent. He is a kind man. He is a brilliant man. He is also, in this particular matter, wrong. You cannot afford to be transparent any longer. Not this year. I will send you a book. You will read it. Tomorrow, after dinner, you will come here, and we will have a lesson. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Good. He turned a page. Get out. Harry left. He shut the door. He did not breathe until he had crossed the threshold of the potions corridor. That was the invitation you will remember him by, the system said gently. I know. He is going to save your life. I know. Outside, on the stone stairs up to the entrance hall, he paused to look at the moon through the high window. It was waxing, near half. The night felt thick. Down across the grounds, at the far edge of the forest, a single lamp moved in Hagrid's window and went out again. He thought, quietly, about going down there. He missed Hagrid. He missed a fire and a cake that was half rock and the soft, enormous presence of a man who had never once, in Harry's life, looked at him with anything but love. He went. He crossed the grounds in the dark with his wand low by his hip and his ears wide open, and he knocked on Hagrid's door. Harry /. Hagrid was a bigger man than Harry remembered. He was a bigger man every time Harry saw him. He hugged Harry in the doorway until Harry's ribs creaked and then steered him inside and put a plate of something in front of him that might once have been a scone. "How are ya?" Hagrid said. "Tired. Angry." "Well, mostly." "Umbridge? Umbridge. You're not the only one she's got her claws in. I'll tell ya that fair nothin', . Hagrid poured tea into a mug the size of a small bucket. "I heard ya got a little somethin' different goin' on in your head this year." Harry looked at him. "Don't worry," Hagrid rumbled. Sirius wrote. "Just me and Dumbledore, among them as I've talked to. Your secret's safer with me than it is with you. Ya can't tell a dragon a secret and have it come out whole." "Thanks, Hagrid." "No thanks needed." "Yeah, all right. I think so." "Good lad." Harry ate the scone. It was indeed mostly rock. He did not mind. He let Hagrid ramble about his creatures for 20 minutes, and for the first time all week, he did not think about Selwyn, or Umbridge, or a pink jar of dried flowers. He thought about thestrals. He thought about a giant squid. He thought about Fong snoring on his boot. He thought about how the castle was a person, and how a person had many rooms, and how many of those rooms were rooms where he was loved. When he left Hagrid's hut and walked back up the dark slope, his steps were easier than they had been when he had come down. Somewhere, in a house he had never seen, a man in bruise-colored robes put down a book and smiled at a page that was beginning, for the first time in many years, to write itself. The second dream came that night. Selwyn was in a greenhouse in it this time, with orchids growing out of black soil. He did not speak. He only nodded at Harry across the greenhouse, a small, private, polite nod. Then the dream ended. Harry sat up in bed and watched the dawn come up over the lake and said, "To the system and to the room and to the castle and to the world, right." That was the word he went into the year on. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Hunt Begins. Hogsmeade in mid-October was a painting someone had nearly finished. Leaves the color of embers drifted down Main Street. Chimneys smoked. The air tasted of cold apples and the thinner kind of pine. Children in too many scarves clogged the pavements outside Honeydukes, and Madame Putafoot had put her autumn cloth on the tables, which Ron described, accurately, as medically pink. The trio had walked down to Hogsmeade in a pack of seventh years that morning because Harry had, with Hermione's iron encouragement, decided that today was a day to be surrounded. Fred and George had been 3 paces ahead, setting off tiny sparks for the amusement of the third-year girls. Katie Bell had fallen back with them near the gate and asked Harry, quietly, if the rumor that he was teaching people defense was true. Harry had said nothing for half a moment and then said, equally quietly, "If you want in, say the word dragon to Ron at dinner tomorrow. He'll find you." Katie had blinked. "Dragon. Dragon. All right," she had said, and smiled, and fallen back into the cluster ahead with the Weasleys. Neville had come with them to the village. So had Ginny. Luna had drifted alongside the group for half the walk and then peeled off at the Shrieking Shack's lane, saying she had business with a particular fence post. Nobody had asked what the fence post had done. By the time they had reached the high street the seventh years had fanned out. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had been left to themselves, which they had known would happen, which Harry had intended. He did not want a crowd. He wanted the street. Harry walked between Hermione and Ron with his hands in his pockets and his head on a loose swivel. He had already counted 23 wizards on the street by the turn of their cuffs. He had classified 3 as civilian families, 19 as students, and 1, a tall man at the far end of the street, in a long coat and a soft-brimmed hat, as someone whose pockets hung the wrong way. He did not look at that man directly. 3 broomsticks. Ron suggested. Not yet, Harry said. Let's walk first. Walking is the prelude to hot butterbeer. Walking is the prelude to seeing who else is walking, Harry said, with a small grin, and Ron laughed and let himself be steered. Hermione noticed the man too. She did not say so. She slowed her pace by a fraction so that her shoulder came into Harry's peripheral vision. He felt her recalibration in his own bones. They drifted past Honeydukes, past Dervish and Banges, past the tiny shop that sold self-lighting candles and had, for 3 years running, caught fire in October. They took a turn down a narrower lane where the cobbles ran crooked and the houses leaned toward one another like old men at a funeral. 6 signatures behind us, the system said, very softly. 3 directly behind. 2 paralleling on the next street. 1 approaching from the front. Quiet, Ron, Harry said. Wasn't talking. I know. Keep it that way. Hermione, are you with me? With you. We're going to turn left at the next alley, Harry said, and we're going to run. Not down the alley. Across to the roof of Dervish and Banges. I have a climbing charm. You're going to trust me. A climbing, trust me. The alley came up. He took Hermione's wrist, Ron took Harry's cloak. They turned. Behind them, a man in a long coat raised a wand. Harry whipped his own wand around without looking back. A shield charm bloomed between him and the curse, purple, spiteful, a thing that had teeth, splintered against it and left smoke in the air. Hermione gasped. Ron swore. Up, Harry said. Hermione, hold on. He cast. The spell he cast did not have a conventional name. It was 2 spells woven together, a levitation he had refined and a footing charm he had stolen off Professor Sprout 3 weeks before, blended by the system into a single, half-gravity sprint. Their feet hit the side of Dervish and Banges and they ran up it as easily as they would have run up a staircase. He had practiced this. He had practiced everything. The roofs of Hogsmeade spread out above them in lead and slate and smoke. How, Hermione gasped, on the roof, how is that even, later, Harry said, and turned. 6 men poured out into the alley below. He recognized 3 by their coats. Rabastan Lestrange at the center, tall and thin, with his scar puckered up in a smile, beside him a squat man Harry did not know, flanking them Walden McNair, who had, once, been hired to kill Buckbeak, and behind them 3 in plain cloaks whose masks Harry had only ever seen on Horcrux nightmares. Death Eaters. 10 years ago, in an alley like this, Harry thought, I would have been lucky to survive the first spell. Not tonight. Rabastan, he called down, conversational, as if greeting a neighbor. Did you bring me flowers? Potter, Rabastan called up. Come down. We'd like a word. I'd like to live. Compromises are difficult. Come down. No. Rabastan gestured. 2 of the masked men apparat in a crack, reappeared on the roof at Harry's back. A 3rd flanked from the gable on the left. Hermione spun and raised her wand. Ron positioned himself between Hermione and the 3rd man without even thinking about it. Harry did not turn. He was watching Rabastan. They'll die, you know, Harry said. The ones behind me. Are you threatening my men? I'm describing the weather. Rabastan laughed. It was a genuine laugh. Fair enough, boy. Take them, then. I want to see what you've learned. The masked man on Harry's right cast first. Harry caught the shape of it in his peripheral vision, a reductor curse, high velocity, and the system whispered, assimilate, and he said yes and returned it to the caster's chest in the same breath. The man flew off the roof and landed in an astonished lump in the gutter below. Harry did not watch where he fell. He pivoted. The second masked man cast a chain of 3 hexes in tight succession, a pattern Harry had not seen before, an impediment, a blood boiling, and a cruciatus follow-up. The system catalogued them in a stack. Harry deflected the first with a silent protego, absorbed the second with the shield, and caught the cruciatus on the flat of his wand like a man catching a fastball. He did not assimilate the cruciatus. He refused it, which the system confirmed, noted. Refused. Archived as knowledge only. And he returned a modified stupefy that had been braided with a sleeping charm Madame Pomfrey had cast on a coughing second year on Tuesday. The masked man collapsed like a coat off a hook. The third came at him from the left. The system had not offered him the third spell, because the third had not cast yet, the third had waited. That was the clever one. Harry respected it for half a second. Then Hermione, who had been watching, cast a spell that she had been practicing for 2 weeks under Harry's supervision, a modified bluebell flame that clung and moved, and sent it into the third Death Eater's cloak. The man shrieked and flung himself off the roof to smother the flame on the cobbles below, which did smother the flame, and which also, it turned out, broke a shoulder. "Nice," Harry said. "Thanks." From the other end of the high street, a disillusioned fourth Death Eater stepped out from behind a wagon and cast a slow-moving curse up at the roof, not at Harry, Harry noticed, but at Hermione. The man was smart. He had chosen the target most likely to falter. The system whispered the curse's shape into Harry's attention, Cruer Maculare, a blood-fouling hex, slow, designed to incapacitate rather than kill, assimilate. And Harry took it and flicked his wand once, neatly, and the curse that had been arcing at Hermione's shoulder turned in mid-air like a surprised bird and went back along its own trajectory and struck the caster cleanly in the throat. He dropped without a sound. Harry had not looked at him at all. Hermione made a small, stunned noise. "Harry, I know. You just reversed a curse's flight path. I know. That shouldn't, Harry, that is not a thing people can do. Not people. Anchors. You're going to explain that to me," she said, through her teeth, at length, later. "I promise." On the street below, one of the masked Death Eaters cast a wall of thick, boiling fog that rolled up the side of the building toward the roof. Harry could smell it, not smoke, but the greasy chemical burn of conjured fog designed to blind. The system caught it. Fumus ligatura, binding fog, assimilate. He took it, and instead of fighting the fog he thickened it, redirected it, and sent the bulk of it rolling down the street in the other direction, obscuring the Death Eaters from each other. He heard Rabastin shouting in the fog. He heard one Death Eater cursing another for being in the way. "Ron," Harry said, "can you do Lumos Maxima from here?" "Yes." "Do it into the fog. Blind them." Ron did. The alley lit up like a stadium. The Death Eaters in the fog threw their arms up over their eyes, which was a mistake, because 2 of them cast reflexively, and they cast at each other. One hit the other with a tripping jinx. Harry would have laughed if laughter had been a sensible thing to do in the middle of a fight. He did, however, exhale in the way that, in the private dialect of his face, passed for a smile. Rabastin, on the street, raised his wand. The spell that left it was long and slow and elegant and was made of a kind of black grease Harry had, in fact, seen before, the Lestrange signature, which everyone who had lost family in 1981 carried in their nightmares. The system whispered urgently, "Assimilate." And Harry said yes without hesitation. He caught the Lestrange curse on his wand and turned it. He did not send it back at Rabastin, he split it, which was not a thing one could do with that curse, and the half he kept he wrapped around the squat man's ankle and yanked. The squat man went down. The half he let fly curled back and struck Walden McNair in the shoulder and spun him in a half-circle onto his knees. Rabastin's eyes widened. "What," he began, "are you, boy," Harry said pleasantly, "is the word you were looking for." "I am a boy, Lestrange. Mind how you speak to me." The squat man was up again, snarling. He cast something Harry did not know, a thin, sharp, bright curse, a lance of light. The system whispered, "Assimilate," and Harry said yes and returned it through the squat man's own guard and into his knee. The squat man fell and rolled and did not rise. Harry did not know what the curse had been. He had it now. He could study it later. Rabastan flicked a hand. 2 more masked figures rounded the corner from the main street. 7 against 3 was not a fight, it was a slaughter waiting to be performed. On the roof, behind Harry, Hermione had spun to a position with her back to Ron's, and Ron had cast a clever little wind charm, learned off Fred and George, that had kicked the shingles up into a ring of loose tiles around them like an improvised ditch. Hogsmeade shield pattern 3, Harry said, sharp. Got it, Ron said. Hermione nodded. Harry made the gesture the 3 of them had practiced, in the room of requirement, twice a week for 3 weeks. He was not sure, when Hermione had proposed the pattern, that he would ever use it. He was using it now. The 3 of them cast Protego together in a triangle, his in front of them, Hermione's tilted up to the left, Ron's to the right, and when their shields touched they fused, because the system, with Hermione's theoretical help, had taught him how to build the joining hex, and so the 3 shields became a single-faceted dome. The Death Eaters cast. The dome held. The cobbles cracked underneath Rabastan's feet. The dome held again. Rabastan's face, Harry noted, had lost some color. Call them off, Lestrange, Harry said, over the dome. I'm not going to talk. I'm not coming with you. You are not taking my friends. If you keep this up I will start hitting you back in earnest, and your boss, whoever he is, won't like what happens next. Rabastan's eyes narrowed. You know, do you, who my boss is? I have ideas. Then you will understand that I cannot, don't explain to me, Harry said. Leave. Rabastan cast. The dome held. Harry pressed his wand against the inside of the dome and pushed, once, and the dome pushed outward in a concentrated pulse. The pulse hit the street and the Death Eaters in a single thump that took 3 of them off their feet. Harry let the dome drop. He stepped to the edge of the roof. He looked down at Rabastan. One more, he said. Cast 1 more. I will drop this roof on your heads. I promise you I can. The system, behind his eyes, was running a count. Fatigue, 18%. Reserves ample. Pulse cost, trivial. Drop the roof if you mean it. Rabastan looked at him. Really looked at him. Harry did not look away. Rabastan raised his hand. We leave, he said, to his surviving men. We leave. Now. We report. Report to whom? Harry called down. You may as well say it. I already know. You know a name, Rabastan said. You do not know the man. Selwin, Harry said. Rabastan went perfectly, utterly still. 2 of his men looked at one another with the look of men hearing a detail they had not been allowed to hear. Tell him, Harry continued, conversationally, that I liked the greenhouse. Tell him the orchids were lovely. Tell him if he wants to talk he can come himself, and he can do it face to face, and we can try, like civilized people, not to kill each other over dinner. And tell him, Harry's voice sharpened, that if he sends another ambush into a village full of children, I will stop being civilized about any of it, and I will come for him in his own library. Do you understand me? Rabastan, very slowly, inclined his head. Go, Harry said. They went. They disapparated in a rapid ripple of cracks, leaving the fallen one on the cobbles, whom they did not pick up. Harry looked at the fallen man. The masked Death Eater was moving. He was conscious. Harry jumped down from the roof, the footing charm made the landing a feather's touch, and crossed to him. He lifted the mask. It was a face Harry had seen in the Prophet. Travers. He had known he would find someone like Travers under that mask. Petrificus totalis, Harry said, soft. Incarcerus. Evanesco, mask. You're going to tell someone something helpful tonight. Hermione and Ron came down the side of the building behind him. Hermione had her wand out. Ron was breathing hard. He had not cast all that much, but his nerves had done their shift. Hermione put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Are you all right?" "Yes." Did we actually, we did." "Harry, the Ministry will find out. Shopkeepers will have seen spells." "I know. They will come for you. They were going to anyway. This just moves the calendar up a bit." Ron let out a sudden, shaky, astonishingly light laugh. Harry, mate. Do you know what you just did?" "Won. You won against Rabaston Lestrange. You beat him off a roof in Hogsmeade with two 15-year-olds as your backup. You didn't beat him. You handed him his coat and showed him the door. I had help." "Yeah, you did. But mate, you have to tell me honestly, how tired are you?" Harry thought about it. He did a small inventory of his body. He was still breathing faster than was usual, because adrenaline was adrenaline and the system was not anti-adrenaline. But his arms did not tremble. His knees did not wobble. His eyes were clear. "I'm fine," he said, with a quiet surprise that was not, he thought, pride, but something near it. Hermione stared at him. "Harry. This should have tired you to the bone. You cast more than 30 spells in 2 minutes. You took 3 hostile curses. It cost me a biscuit or 2. I'll eat 3. Harry. This is not normal." "I know." She swallowed. "I'm going to write down every spell we saw, as soon as we're safe. Every single one. I'm going to catalog what you recorded. And I'm going to go through your whole archive with you tonight, because Harry, if what I think is happening, you are, I know. You are the single most dangerous 5th year in this castle. I'd like," he said, gently, "to be the single most dangerous 5th year in this country, before we're done. But I'll settle for the castle." Ron barked with laughter. Hermione did not laugh. She looked at him for a long, soft, furious moment, not furious at him, but furious at the world that had required him, and then she did, finally, laugh too, because otherwise she would have cried. They stood in a Hogsmeade alley with a stunned Death Eater at their feet in the last gold of October and laughed until McGonagall arrived, at a run, with 3 Aurors behind her. "Mr. Potter," she said, sharply, skidding to a halt. "What has happened?" "Ambush, Professor. Hogsmeade. Lestrange and a crew. We're all right. They're gone." "He's not." Harry pointed. "Name's Travers." McGonagall did not move for half a second. Then she moved very fast. The Aurors bundled Travers up and disapparated him. McGonagall, in the street, looked at Harry and Hermione and Ron for a long private count of beats, and then she said, in the voice of a woman who had known these children for 4 years, "Back to the castle, the 3 of you. Now. No stops. No honeydukes. No chatter. I will see you in my office at 7 this evening. Is that understood?" "Yes, Professor. And Mr. Potter, Professor. I am both extremely relieved and extremely cross." "I know, Professor. Go." They went. McGonagall's office was lit by a single lamp. She sat behind her desk with her hands clasped on the blotter and did not offer them tea, which was how Harry knew the conversation was serious. Hermione sat primly in the leftmost chair. Ron slouched in the right. Harry took the middle one and planted his hands on his knees. "Mr. Potter. Tell me precisely what happened." He told her. He left out nothing. He told her about the tall man in the long coat at the end of the street, and he told her about the roof and the climbing charm and the curses. He told her about Travers. He told her, because she had asked, about the Lestrange curse split on his wand, and when he got to that part her eyes, behind their square lenses, did a private calculus. Miss Granger. Professor. Was his account accurate? Yes, Professor. Mr. Weasley. All of it. McGonagall did not speak for a long moment. I am going to tell the headmaster, she said at last, before the morning. I am going to tell Madam Bones. I am not going to tell, she paused, Professor Umbridge. You will forgive me, I hope, the particular exclusion. Professor, Harry said, she's going to find out. Let her. By the time she does I will have lodged this with the Wizengamot through channels she cannot touch, and I will have 3 witnesses, including you, Mr. Potter, on record. She will not be able to turn it into a scandal. She will try. Let her try. You 3 will not discuss this with anyone outside this room until I give you leave. Are we agreed? Agreed, they said. Good. She exhaled, and in the exhale there was something that was almost, for McGonagall, soft. Mr. Potter. I am, for the record, astonished. I am astonished and I am proud of you, and I want to be very clear that if I hear of you leaving the grounds alone between now and the new year, I will personally hex you to the floor of the Great Hall. Do you understand me? Yes, Professor. Out. They went. Outside in the corridor, Ron said, I like her. Everyone likes her, Hermione said. That's how she gets you. The Prophet printed a story the next morning titled Suspected Altercation in Hogsmeade, Ministry Investigating Potter. It was on page 11. Page 1 was a story about a decree Umbridge had passed at midnight that made it illegal for students to gather in groups of more than 4 outside of a classroom. Hermione read it at breakfast and said, she knows. She knows something, Harry said. She has made it illegal for us to continue, Hermione said. She has made it illegal, Harry said, for us to continue carelessly. We were never going to continue carelessly. Ron, across the table, did not look up. Is anyone else noticing that people are staring at Harry? They were. Harry noticed. He had pretended not to. The story of a roof and a shield dome had not been printed, because no one from the Prophet had been on the roof, but the story had walked down the street at dawn on the mouths of 30 witnesses, and by breakfast the Great Hall was doing the particular low, electric hum that precedes cult formation. A second-year Hufflepuff came up to the Gryffindor table and put a bar of chocolate down next to Harry's plate and walked away without speaking. A Ravenclaw girl Harry didn't know came up to Hermione and said, Can I join DA? Quietly, Penelope, Hermione said. Quietly. Find me at lunch. Penelope nodded and walked away. Look at that, Ron said, grinning into his eggs. We're a movement. We're a target, Hermione said. Can't we be both? We are both. They went up to the common room the long way, through the corridor with the paintings of the sleeping saints, because Harry wanted the extra minutes. Hermione had his book under her arm and was already muttering at the spine. Ron kept looking at Harry the way he had looked at him on the roof, with a soft, astonished affection Harry did not know what to do with. Stop it, Ron. Stop what? Looking at me like that. Like what? Like I just grew a halo. You sort of did, mate. A small one. Just a little pointy one. Very tasteful. Shut up. Never. In the common room, the DA members had, without any coordination, arranged themselves in the vicinity of the best armchair. Harry did not sit in it. He sat on the hearthrug with his back to the fire and his hands loose on his knees, and he told them, in a quiet voice, what had happened and what it meant. He did not embellish. He did not lie. He did not panic any of them. They left his hearthrug in ones and twos, thinking. By the time the common room was nearly empty, Hermione had begun writing in her book, and Ron had brought him a mug of something warm, and Harry had closed his eyes for the first time in 12 hours. Sleep, Ron said, softly. Soon. Now. Soon. Hermione, make him. Harry. Hermione. Sleep. He slept, eventually, on the hearth rug, because he could not make himself get up. Ron put a cushion under his head. Hermione put a blanket over him. Neither of them went to their dormitories for another hour. They sat, one on either side of him, and they watched the fire and they did not speak. He dreamed. He dreamed of orchids. Snape stopped Harry on the way to Transfiguration. It was a cold corridor stop, the brief kind, with Snape's hand very briefly on Harry's shoulder, an unheard of liberty that Harry understood at once to be significant. My office. Tonight. 9. After your detention with that woman. Yes, sir. Potter. Professor. Do not be late. I won't. Snape's hand released him. They did not look at each other. Snape walked on. Harry walked on. The corridor did not know it had just held a small, vital thing between them. The detention with Umbridge that evening began, as Hermione had predicted, with a little black quill. Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, in a voice full of honey, you will write, I must not tell lies. As many times as you need. What will I write with? This, dear. She slid the quill across the desk. You will find it, educational. He looked at the quill. The system looked at it too. Cursed. Blood-penned. Cuts the writer. Refuses ink. Is fed by you. Professor, Harry said, mildly, is this a blood quill? She blinked. I beg your pardon. Is this a blood quill? Because the Ministry of Magic has outlawed blood quills in the instruction of minors, under the Protection of Minors Act of 1943. I've looked it up. It has a very specific legal history. Her smile held. I'm sure you've confused yourself, dear. That is simply a rather special quill. I'm not confused. Sit down. No. Mr. Potter, Professor, I will sit down if you give me any other quill and any other task. I will write lines. I will write lines for an hour. I will write lines until both our hands hurt, using normal quills. I will not sign a false statement. I will not use a blood quill. I won't, Professor. You can write me up as insubordinate. You can call the headmaster. You can call the minister. I won't use it. She set her pink cup down very precisely. You are going, she said, with a voice like warm paper catching fire, to regret that. He looked at her a long moment. I already regret, he said, a great many things, Professor Umbridge. This will not be one of them. He left the office. He left the door open. In the corridor, Fred and George were pretending to read a notice on the wall. They looked at him. He looked at them. Walk me out, he said. Oh, gladly, George said. She looked like a very angry cupcake, Fred said. Do not, Harry said, tell anyone what just happened. We will only tell everyone who asks. That's everyone. Okay, we will only tell everyone. He laughed, because the Weasley twins laughed at cursed quills, and cursed quills were, in fact, not worth crying over. He walked to Snape's office through the dungeons with his heart clean. Snape was waiting. The door was open. A book lay on the desk, face down. Sit, Potter. He sat. We will, Snape said, proceed with acclimacy. I will enter your mind. I will break into rooms you have been careless with. You will then be furious at me, and you will respond badly, and in your bad response we will find your first instinct, which we will then convert, over the next weeks, into your shield. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Legilimens. Harry had expected the door. He had not expected how hard the door was kicked. Snape came in like a man looking for a file, and before Harry had finished his own breath the first image had opened, the alley, the Dementor, the stag, then the dream, the library, Selwyn's face, then Rabaston on the cobbles, then, Harry twisted, hard, inside himself, and Snape paused, and Snape withdrew. Harry opened his eyes. Snape's face was white. He spoke to you. He's been doing it for 6 weeks. In dreams. Once in a dream greenhouse. Describe him. Harry described him. Bruised robes. Library of unlabeled books. Orchids. The courtly nods. The way the system went on alert whenever Selwyn was in frame. Snape did not move for 3 long breaths. Potter, he said, finally, you have been sitting for 6 weeks on information that would have had the Order at war in a night. I am not angry. I am, he searched for the word. Disappointed is too kind. I am ashamed. I should have come for you in the first week. I sensed something then and did nothing. I have failed you. You haven't. I have. You came tonight. Late. Not too late. Snape looked at him. There was, beneath the cold, an old thing, and the old thing was full of something like guilt, and the old thing was also beneath a piece of loyalty Harry had always suspected and never confirmed. Listen to me carefully, Snape said. Selwyn is the oldest living Death Eater. He is older than Voldemort. He is older than Dumbledore. He has been alive for nearly 400 years, because he is an anchor, and anchors do not age the way we do. He has been waiting for a second anchor to rise. That second anchor, for reasons we will discuss another night, is you. He will not kill you. He wants to consume you. He wants to fold your system into his, and use you as fuel. He does not serve Voldemort. He pretends to. He keeps Voldemort close for cover. Voldemort does not yet know this. If we are lucky we will tell him, and he will tear Selwyn open himself, and save us the work. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Do not be alone at night. Do not engage him in a dream. You will learn occlumency from me every night for the rest of the term. You will not tell the headmaster about this arrangement. I will tell him myself, in my own time. You will tell Granger and Weasley because I know you will anyway. Tell them to keep their mouths shut. Is that clear? Clear, sir. Go. Harry stood. At the door he paused. Professor. What? Thank you. Snape's mouth did the very small thing. Do not, he said, make me regret this. I won't. Snape stood up at his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small, black, plain-covered book. He set it on the edge of the desk where Harry could reach it. The 9th Theorem of Dorian Prince. Annotated. Not mine. The copy was my mother's. You will read it. You will read it carefully. You will, by the end of next month, be able to quote at me from section 3 without consulting the page. Are you capable of that? Yes, sir. Prove it. By the end of the month. Good. There is, in addition, a margin note on page 112 that I have circled for you. It is a description of the mental architecture of an anchor. Read that first. Read it tonight. Return here in the morning and tell me, in your own words, what it said. If you cannot, we will sit together until you can. Harry took the book. He felt its weight. It was not heavy. It was a slim volume. It was, he suspected, very dangerous. Professor. What? Thank you for your mother's book. Snape closed the drawer. Do not, he said, without looking at Harry, thank me for things that cost me nothing. And do not thank me for things that cost me something unless I have asked you to. You are not my son, Potter. You are the son of people I have complicated feelings about. Let us leave it at that, and allow me to hand you a book without ceremony. Yes, sir. Go. Harry went. He stopped on the stairs to open the book once, and the black pages flickered with Eileen Prince's handwriting and Severus Snape's correcting annotations in the margins, and Harry read, on page 1, the first sentence, which said, "An anchor is not a person who casts magic. An anchor is a person whom magic remembers how to be." He closed the book. He thought for the first time, clearly, that he might be something other than a boy with a convenient trick. He thought it without fear. He walked back upstairs with his hand on the book's cover as if the book were warm. Harry left. In the corridor outside Snape's office, a small shadow peeled off a pillar. Harry had his wand up before he had finished pivoting. "Relax, Potter," Draco Malfoy said quietly. "It's me." "Draco." "Yeah. Were you listening?" "I couldn't hear." "Are you lying?" "Only a bit. I caught the word anchor twice." Draco stepped closer. His face was very thin. "I need to ask you a question." "Ask." "Did you do that in Hogsmeade?" "Yes." "All of it?" "Me and my friends." "And you did not nearly die?" "No." Draco swallowed. "My father is not what I thought he was." "Draco." "Not here." "Where?" "Friday. Top of the astronomy tower. 10 at night. I will wait 12 minutes. If you are late I will go. If you bring anyone I will leave. I'll bring Hermione." "Fine." "Why, Draco?" "Because I don't want to die," Draco said, and turned, and walked back down the corridor, and the dark swallowed him the way the dark swallows boys who have thought too much in too short a time. Harry stood in the silence for a moment. Then he went back up the dungeon stairs to the Great Hall, to find Hermione and Ron, and to tell them about anchors, and about Selwyn, and about Draco Malfoy on the astronomy tower. Friday night came with the weather of a knife. Harry and Hermione went up the astronomy tower the narrow way, through the north stairwell, because the main stairwell had a portrait Harry did not trust. They arrived at 10 minutes to 10. They did not speak. They leaned on the stone parapet and looked out over the grounds and waited. Draco Malfoy came up the stairs at 5:02, alone, without a cloak, with his wand in his sleeve. He did not look surprised to see Hermione. He did not look pleased either. "Granger." "Malfoy. You can stay. I wasn't going to do otherwise." He did not sit. None of them sat. He walked to the opposite parapet and looked out. His thin white face was turned to the moon. "My father came home in August," Draco said, "and did not speak for 4 days. When he finally did, he did not speak to me. He spoke to my mother. I listened behind the door. He said the Dark Lord was displeased. He said an old ally was moving without leave. He said there was a name from long ago, and the name was making my father afraid. He did not use the word afraid. He used the word concerned. He is not a man who uses either word often." "Selwyn," Harry said. "Yes. That was the name. Selwyn. And my father said that the Dark Lord would handle it. But he did not sound as if he believed it. A week later my father told me I was to be prepared for a task. Not this year. Maybe next. He did not say what. He put a hand on my shoulder and he said, Draco stopped. He swallowed. He said, do not let me down. Do not break your mother's heart. He was crying. He was crying, and he was telling me not to break my mother's heart, because he had broken her heart 100 times already, and the thing in our house that was only her had not been her for a long time. Potter, Draco. I do not want to be a Death Eater. Then don't be. It is not that simple. It is not simple. It is also not impossible. Say a sentence that has both in it, Granger, and I will laugh at you. Hermione said, quietly, it is not simple, and it is not impossible. She did not smile. We are having the same conversation many people have had with themselves for 70 years. We will have it with you, if you will have it with us. Harry will keep you alive. I will keep you clever. Ron will keep you sane. You will not have to do the worst thing your father has ever asked you to do. We will not ask you, in return, to do anything you are ashamed of. If you bring us information, we will use it, and we will not make you the source of it in front of anyone else. If you bring us a warning, we will act on it. We will not use you. We will not lie to you. We will not, as your people say, own you. Is that clear? Draco laughed once, a sound like a dry page turning. Granger, he said, in another life I would have liked you. Malfoy, in this life I am tolerating you. He turned his head. He looked at Harry. He looked at Harry for a long moment. Selwyn has a safe house, Draco said. In the Fens. My father went there once. He wouldn't say where. I could, if I had a week, find the place. I don't promise. Don't promise. Find it. Yes. Draco. What? Thank you. Don't thank me. I am not doing this for you. I am doing it because I would like my mother to outlive this war. That, Hermione said, softly, is the best reason there is. Draco nodded once. He turned and walked back down the stairs. Harry and Hermione stayed on the tower for a long time, watching the moon move a hand's width across the lake. Neither of them spoke. They did not need to. They would remember, later, that this was the night Draco Malfoy had become a possibility. He will die for you, the system said, quiet. Don't say things like that. He may live because of you. Better. Noted. Back in the Gryffindor common room the fire was down to its last red hands of heat. Ron was still awake. He had not slept. He had been sitting in the high-backed chair by the window with Hedwig on the armrest and a chess piece in his hand. When Harry and Hermione came in he looked up with the look that said he had been making lists. Well. He's ours, Harry said. Carefully, but ours. That's a sentence I never thought I'd hear about a Malfoy. It's not over. He could still flip. He could still be caught. He could still be drugged into telling his father everything. But for tonight, he's with us. Hermione. I trust him 82%. That high? That high? Ron whistled. I'd have said 30. You don't know him the way I've had to know him, Hermione said. I have been insulted by that boy for 4 years. I have watched him look at his father's back with the face of a child who wants, for once, to be somebody else. He is not a good person. He is, on the other hand, a person. Not every bad person is only bad. The worst villains are the ones who never remember they started as people. Harry sat beside her. Hedwig flew to his shoulder. He closed his eyes and let the fire warm his eyelids. Big month, Ron said. Big month, Harry agreed. And we are not even at Halloween. Far away, in a house that had never been mapped, Selwyn laid the Morning Prophet gently on a desk and traced the headline about a Hogsmeade altercation with a long, careful finger. He read the page in full. He read it twice. He smiled the smile of a man who has sent a diagnostic test and received back the first useful result in 70 years. Oh, Mr. Potter, he said, to no one. Oh, Mr. Potter. You are a gift. You are a gift, and you do not yet know you are a gift, and that is the finest variety of gift. He poured himself a very small, very old glass of something from a crystal bottle. He raised it. 2 anchors, he said, and drank. On the same evening, in another part of the country, Voldemort, in a room without windows, stood with his head tilted as if he had heard a sound he did not recognize and could not place. He turned to Bellatrix, who was on her knees in a corner reading a scroll. Something, he said, in his high cold voice, is happening to the boy. My lord? Not the prophecy. Not yet. Something else. A humming. Find out what it is. Find out before Selwyn does. Selwyn, my lord. A name, Voldemort said, from long ago. A name that should not still be walking. Go. She went. And the game, which had been played, for the past 6 weeks, on a small board, tipped quietly into the middle of a much larger one. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Archivist's Gambit. The snow came early that year. By the middle of November the lake had a skin of grey ice at the edges and the forbidden forest wore white the way an old widow wears a shawl. In the castle, the fireplaces were lit every hour of the day, and Peeves had taken to stealing the fire irons from the fireplaces, which was an inconvenience Filch had turned into a personal war. Harry walked into the library on a Tuesday morning with a cup of tea balanced on a book and his invisibility cloak folded into his satchel, and he nodded at Madame Pants, who did not nod back, which was the closest thing to a greeting Madame Pants offered anyone. He went to the back, to the long oak table under the tall window, where Hermione had set up what she had taken to calling the war desk. It was not a war desk. It was a table full of books. Harry had made the joke once. Hermione had not laughed, and now it was called the war desk, because names, Hermione said, made people take things seriously. Draco Malfoy was already there when Harry arrived. This had, in the past 3 weeks, become ordinary. Draco sat with his back to the window, his wand on the table in front of him, his eyes on the page of a very old book titled, in cracked gold on the cover, Keys, Anchors, and the Hinging of the World. He did not look up. "Morning," Harry said. "You're late." "I'm on time." "You're 5 minutes later than I would have preferred." "Draco, your preferences are noted and ignored." Hermione, across the table, raised her eyes from a scroll and slid a second one across to Harry without a word. He sat. He read. The scroll was a list, in Hermione's strict hand, of every reference they had been able to find, across 91 volumes, to the word anchor used in the sense they needed. The list was, at this point, 3 feet long. They had found the word in medieval French grimoires, in a 9th-century Byzantine cipher, in a private journal of a Welsh hermit, in a footnote of a Japanese essay on cartography, and in a song written in 1643 by a man who had been executed for witchcraft. The word appeared, according to Hermione's notes, in roughly 70% of ancient magical traditions, and it meant, across all of them, the same thing. An anchor was a person whom magic used as a mooring. "Read the second paragraph," Hermione said. Harry read. The second paragraph was from the hermit's journal. It said, "The anchor is given the gift of being taught by the world. He does not learn as the rest of us learn. He inherits. To lay eyes on a spell is to know it as if he had cast it for a generation. He is a library that did not need to be written. His peril is not forgetting. His peril is pride." "Well," Harry said, "that's about right." Draco. Draco pushed a different book across to Harry. "I found this on my uncle's shelf at Christmas 2 years ago. I didn't know what it was. I do now. Here, the page I marked." Harry took the book. He read. The page was a crude sketch of a figure with a line running through the middle of his chest, and the line was labeled, in a hand Harry did not like, "The Vein." Below the figure was a note, "The first anchor of an age stands alone. When the second anchor rises, the first must confirm him or consume him. There is no middle path. Failing either, the 2 anchors spend a generation at war with one another, and the world, meaning, all of it, pays the cost in weather and in wheat and in children." Harry read this twice. "Cheerful," he said. "Very," Draco said. "So Selwyn," Hermione said, "has a choice. He confirms you, which means becomes your mentor. Or he consumes you, which means kills you and absorbs your system. And he is not, by all appearances, the mentoring sort. He's been mentoring me for weeks." Harry. "I know. This is not, I know. I'm being glib. I'm not wrong, though. He is behaving, in his dreams, like a man who is going through the motions of confirming me. I don't trust him. I also don't know if he knows his own intentions yet. He might be, I don't know the word, testing me. Seeing what I am. Deciding in the moment. Hermione nodded, slowly. That does fit. If he were committed to consuming you, he would have attacked by now. Rabaston was a probe. Draco's father is a probe. The school is a probe. He is running a long test. Draco closed the book. I found something else. It is small. It may be nothing. But, there has been a new professor on the grounds this week. New. An assistant. Umbridge brought him in, apparently. Someone from the ministry. His name is Edgar Runcorn. He is not, Draco paused, carefully, Edgar Runcorn. I know Edgar Runcorn. He was at my grandmother's funeral. This man is thinner than Runcorn. His voice is wrong. He is, I believe, someone borrowing Runcorn's face. Polyjuice, if I had to guess. Hermione's face went very still. How long has he been here? 4 days. Where does he go? The Forbidden Forest. At night. He leaves the castle after lights out. He returns before dawn. Filch lets him. Filch has been given a new instruction. Harry folded the scroll closed. He closed the book. He looked up at them. Tonight, he said. Tonight what? Draco said. Tonight we go and see who he is. Hermione frowned. Harry, that is, Hermione, he is in the Forbidden Forest casting spells. Our professor is letting him cast unsupervised. That is Selwyn's hand. Or Selwyn's man. I am going to go and see. I am going to take you with me, if you will come, and Ron, and we are going to do it very carefully. And Draco, you are going to stay visible in the Slytherin common room from dinner to lights out, so that if anyone remarks on where you were tonight, you were there. Understood. Good. They met at the foot of the marble staircase at 10:15. The castle was cold. Harry had the cloak. Ron had his map. Hermione had 2 potions in her satchel, one a silencer, one an anti-bruise, and her wand in her hand. They went out through the side door under Gryffindor Tower, across the lawn, into the woods. The forest was silent with the silence of snow. The pine trees held their branches up under white weight and did not speak. The ground was a creaking floor of frozen loam. Harry led. He had walked this path twice in his first year and once in his second, and it had never, in his memory, looked this careful and alive. This way, he murmured. The map showed a name in the interior of the forest that was not a teacher's name and was not a student's name and was not, it occurred to Harry, any name a normal Polyjuice man would have had mapped at all. It was ink, and the ink said, mildly, in Marauder hand, someone who is not himself. Your dad and his friends, Ron said, under the cloak, were extremely petty. I love them. They walked 10 minutes deeper. Harry heard the sound before Hermione did, a low, even voice, reciting something, like a man checking a list. He raised his hand. They stopped. In a clearing at the bottom of a shallow bowl of trees, a man was kneeling in the snow with a brazier of small blue flames between his hands. The brazier contained, Harry saw, not coals, but a single, floating object about the size of a fist. The object was dark. It was turning on its own axis. The man was reading from a small book in the firelight, in a language that was not Latin and was older, and he was not a man whose face matched the voice on the tape of Harry's short encounters with Edgar Runcorn. The system said, quietly, I know this incantation. This is first circle binding. He is attempting to shape a phylactery from the object in the brazier. The object in the brazier turned. Harry saw what it was. He felt his stomach drop. A fragment of a human soul, the system finished. I advise extreme caution. I advise, in fact, retreat. This is dark magic of a grade I have seen only 3 times. Harry, Hermione whispered, that is, I see it. It looks like, I know. Not quite a Horcrux. Something else. An older version of that sin. The man in the clearing lifted his head. His face, under the hood, had begun to slip, the way a mask slips when a spell is failing. He had been Edgar Runcorn 3 minutes ago. He was something else now, younger than Runcorn, thinner, with a sharp chin and light eyes. The man turned, slowly, toward the edge of the clearing where Harry and Hermione and Ron stood under the cloak. He smiled. Mr. Potter, he said, in a voice that was not the voice of Edgar Runcorn at all. How polite of you to come. The cloak was on them. The cloak was always on them. The cloak had worked for James Potter, and for Dumbledore, and for Harry, for 24 years. The man saw them anyway. Harry stepped out from under it. He left the cloak on Ron and Hermione. He pushed Hermione behind him with a very small nudge. Who are you? I am a borrower. You are using polyjuice. Among other things. I am, as your own lovely system would have informed you, a carrier. A borrower. I am the man Selwin sends when Selwin does not wish to come himself. He asked me to meet you in these woods. He did not think you would disappoint him. You have not. What is in that brazier? A fragment. Whose? An idiot's. Someone who traded pieces of himself for a century of extra life. Someone Selwyn has been, maintaining, for 70 years. He is of no consequence. I am finishing him tonight. I am releasing him. It is a kindness. Harry did not lower his wand. What do you want with me? A conversation. Selwyn wishes to speak with you directly. He invites you, tonight, to his home. You will travel by a portkey of my own making. You will not be harmed. You will be returned by dawn. You have my word. Your word. Yes. I don't know who you are. Your word is not the coin you think it is. The man laughed. It was a pleasant laugh. Fair enough, Mr. Potter. I can respect a young man who does his accounting. Let me try again. You have Selwyn's word. He has, in the 400 years of his life, not broken one. That I know of. That anyone knows of. He is a man of very good manners. Harry thought, fast. He thought about what Snape had said, he will consume you. He thought about what Hermione had said, he may not know his intentions yet. He thought about the journal, the first anchor confirms or consumes. He thought, he wants me to come tonight because tonight he wants something from me. He does not yet feel ready to consume me. He is still measuring. If I come, I learn. If I go, I lose the measurement and the advantage of my refusal. No, he said. The man tipped his head. No. No. If he wants to talk to me he can come to the school. He can come under a Dumbledore roof and I will sit across from him at a table and we will speak like civilized wizards. I will not walk into his house. I will not touch his portkey. I will not leave my friends. He will not come to the school. Then we will not speak. You are refusing a rare invitation. I am. The man smiled, slow and ugly. Very well, Mr. Potter. I will be instructed to persuade you. You understand, I am sure. One does what one is told. He cast. The curse was green and pale, not the killing curse, but its younger, crueler cousin, a pinning curse of the old type. Harry had never seen it. The system had. Stasis mortis, assimilate. He took it. He countered it with a shield of Hermione's layered make and watched the green curse break against it into a scatter of small cold petals that vanished in the snow. The man came up swinging. He threw 4 curses in the space of a breath, a flaying hex, a sleeping fog, a rooting curse designed to nail Harry's feet to the ground, and a clever little curse-breaker hex aimed at Hermione's shield as if he had known Hermione would be the one casting it. The system read them all like a sommelier reading labels. Harry moved. He slid 2 paces sideways, took the flaying hex on the end of his wand and bent it into the soil, where it flayed bark off a pine and nothing else. He let the fog roll past him because he was already past it. He put one foot very deliberately through the rooting curse and felt the magic close briefly around his boot and then fail, because the system had woven into his soul, 2 weeks ago, a counter that Madame Sprout had taught him by accident, and he caught the curse breaker in the palm of his free hand and closed his fingers around it and let it die. Then he cast. He cast a single, quiet spell. It was not elegant and it was not dramatic and he did not say its name out loud. It was the Hogsmeade Dome, miniaturized, grown into a fist, and he drove the fist forward at the air between him and the man. The air pressed into a wall. The wall pressed into the man. The man flew back across the clearing and struck a tree and did not rise. "Oh," Hermione said, behind him. "Can we do that on purpose?" Ron said, behind her. "I can, apparently," Harry said, and realized, only as he said it, that he was smiling. The man, on the ground, got up. That surprised him. That surprised the system. The system flagged it. He has reinforcement. He is drawing, through a tether, on outside magic. Who is on the other end of that tether? Selwin. Harry breathed out, slow. He stepped forward. Hermione. Ron. Back up 6 feet and stay behind me. Harry, now. Trust me. They backed. The man, bruised but refreshed, cast again, and this time the curse was uglier than any of the first 4, an old dark thing Harry had never seen, a small, moving, seeking hex that locked on to a human heart and squeezed. The system caught it. Silwar Clamar, rare. Forbidden in 1489. Assimilate? Harry said yes. He folded the curse, which was a thing one could do with that particular family of spells if one was an anchor and had studied the right books, and he pressed it into a smaller, safer form and sent it back along its own thread. The curse went down the tether. Somewhere, in a house Harry had not seen, he felt Selwyn flinch. The feeling was not imagined. Harry felt it as a small, quick, surprised heat across his sternum. The system said, dryly, that hurt him. You have just bruised the first anchor. Note for your records. The man in the clearing looked at Harry with the stillness of a man who had just understood the shape of the trouble he was in. He threw back a banishing charm that had the weight of a horse behind it. The man deflected, rolled, and came up with his wand pointed at the brazier. He was, Harry realized, going to break the soul fragment and dump whatever remained of it into the forest as a weapon. Don't, Harry said. It is not your weapon to preserve, Potter. Then don't destroy it either. It is a person. It is a piece of a person. It is a piece of a person. Harry hit him with a stunner that was designed to go through Polyjuice. The stunner was Snape's, taken off Snape 3 mornings earlier during an occlumency lesson, and it broke the glamour clean off the man's face. He was, at his truest, a thin, severe, handsome wizard of perhaps 40 years old. Harry did not know him. The man staggered. Hermione, behind Harry, cast her bluebell flame again, and it ran along the ground around the brazier in a quiet ring. The brazier would not be broken, if Harry could help it. Not tonight. Ron threw a tripping jinx neatly at the man's ankle. The man fell. Hermione hit him with a body bind, and Harry caught the brazier in midair with a levitation charm before the man could drop it. The fragment inside the brazier spoke. It was not a voice that used air. It was a voice that used memory. It said, faintly, into Harry's head, please. Harry looked at the brazier. He thought about what he was holding. All right, he said. All right, all right. Easy. I have you. I have you. I don't know what to do with you yet. I have you. The fragment quieted. The man on the ground breathed very quietly. Harry walked over. He did not lower his wand. He looked down. Tell Selwin, Harry said, that I am not coming. Tell him he can come and talk to me face to face in a place I choose, or he can go to hell. I will not be extracted. I will not be tempted. I will not be flattered. I will not walk into a room he owns. If he sends another man into these woods carrying someone's soul in a brazier, I will find him in his library and I will burn his library to the stones. I will do that. I would not like to. I would enjoy not doing it. Tell him that. The man on the ground, unable to move, breathed out once. Tell him, Harry said, I liked the orchids. They took the brazier. They did not take the man. They wiped his memory. Hermione knew the charm, she had read about it, for which fact alone Harry would love her forever, and they left him in a neat pile of snow, half-iced, stripped of the last 2 hours of his mind. Harry burned the small book the man had been reading from on a fire Hermione conjured. The pages screamed faintly as they curled. Harry did not show his face. He held the brazier in its sphere of levitation until they were out of the forest. They came back to the castle the way they had come, down under the cloak, up the servants' stair, across the landing, to the room of requirement. The room, when Harry asked, provided a small chapel. He had not expected a chapel. Rows of white candles. A small altar of grey stone. A window that looked onto a field of nothing. He set the brazier on the altar. Listen to me, he said, to the fragment. I don't know you. I don't know what you did to end up in this shape. I do not want to be your prison. If you can speak, speak. If you can tell me who you are, I will try to find what else of you is out in the world, and I will try to join you back together. If you cannot speak, I will keep you safe, and I will find people who know more than I do. Either way, you are not going to be used as a weapon tonight. Can you hear me? The fragment did not speak in words. It shimmered. Harry's breath caught. In the shimmer a face formed for one moment, a boy, maybe 20, with curly hair and a tired mouth, and the mouth said, silently, thank you. Then the shimmer steadied, and the face was gone. Who did this to you? Harry said. Selwin. Harry, Hermione said. She had tears in her eyes. I know. Harry, he is harder than I thought he was. He's easier than I thought. Hard is the word for people you have to think about. Selwyn is a man I will have no trouble fighting when the time comes. I do not like him. I wasn't sure before. I am sure now. I do not like him and I will not bargain with him. Ron, near the door, had crossed his arms around his ribs as if he were cold. Okay, he said. Okay. Now what? Now we sleep, Harry said. And in the morning, we tell Dumbledore. In between, the DA kept meeting. In a Tuesday night session that went well past curfew, Harry taught them what he had taken to calling the Hogsmeade Dome, a team shield, linked across 3 or 4 wands, which was harder to break than any single shield Hogwarts had invented. He walked them through it slowly. Cho Chang and Padma Patil got it on the 2nd try. Neville got it on the 4th. Luna was, from the 1st try, a prodigy of shields, because Luna was not afraid of anything, and the Hogsmeade Dome required a caster who was not afraid. On the Thursday's session he taught them a silent Expelliarmus. Colin Creevey cried a little when he got it for the first time, and then laughed, because crying and laughing at once was what Colin Creevey did at his best. Ginny, across the room, looked at Harry with a particular expression he did not yet know how to read. On the Friday session he taught them a ward against cruciatus, which Hermione had designed with the system's help. It did not stop the pain. It slowed it. It gave the caster of the ward 3 or 4 seconds to scream and then recover rather than 3 or 4 seconds to scream and then lose the ability to move. Hermione had, with a lack of ceremony Harry would come to think of as characteristic of her, built this ward on paper in 3 nights. She handed it to him with the sentence, "Don't die. This is what I have for you." Harry had looked at it and said, "I love you." "Yes," Hermione had said, without looking up. "I know. Teach it to them." He had. By the end of the week there were 31 of them. Susan Bones was in. Hannah Abbott. Ernie Macmillan. 2 Ravenclaw boys Harry had barely spoken to outside of class. One Slytherin, a small, furious girl named Tracy Davis who had come up to Hermione after breakfast and said, "If you let me in, I will bring nobody. If you don't let me in, I will go home for Christmas and I will not be coming back." Hermione had let her in. Tracy had been an excellent student. Harry had not yet asked her why she had come alone. He would. He liked her. They were not a militia. They were not a rebellion. They were a classroom. But they cast cleaner than any single class in the castle, and they loved one another, and Harry noticed, without letting on that he had noticed, that when he walked down a corridor, at least 2 of them were always, quietly, within sight of his shoulder. Dumbledore was back in the school. He had returned the night before, which was no accident. He received Harry in his office at 7, with Hermione and Ron behind him, and with the brazier floating in its levitation between them. Fawkes, on his perch, sang a note that had in it the first kind sound Harry had heard in a week. Dumbledore looked at the brazier for a long time. "Harry," he said, "would you tell me what happened?" Harry told him. He did not leave anything out. He explained the dream, the journal, Snape's book, Draco's help. He told him about the fragment. He told him what it had said. Dumbledore's hands, on the edge of his desk, tightened. "You saved him," he said, slowly. "You saved a man you did not know, from an enemy you do know, at risk to yourself. You are," he stopped. "Forgive me. I have been at the ministry for 3 months. I have been arguing with men whose blood I would boil if it would serve any purpose. I have come home to find that my students have been doing the actual work of the war. I am ashamed, Harry. I am also proud. I must remember, sometimes, to be both. Sir. Yes. The book Snape gave me. The 9th theorem. You know it. I do. You know what I am. I have suspicions. You have now confirmed them. You are an anchor, Harry. You are the second in the world. The first is Selwyn, and the first has been walking a careful line between mentor and predator for 6 weeks because he is, I believe, genuinely undecided. Undecided. He is very old. He has lived alone with the system of his predecessor for 70 years. He has been lonely, Harry, in a way you will find difficult to imagine. A part of him is delighted that you exist. That part of him has been, in its way, courting you. Another part, much older, much hungrier, wishes to be unique again. That part is the one that sent a man into our forest last night. He will not be undecided much longer. I know. We have, perhaps, a fortnight. I know. Harry. Sir. You are, at this moment, one of the 3 most powerful wizards on these islands. I was not sure whether to tell you that. I have chosen to tell you. You are not, I hope, a vain boy. You are a kind one. I trust you with the knowledge. Thank you, sir. I will handle the fragment. I will find the rest of him. I will find him his body or his piece. You will not carry this. It is not your weight. You have enough. Yes, sir. There is one more matter. Sir. Dolores Umbridge has obtained a warrant, this morning, to search your trunk. She has. She will be moving on you within the week. I cannot prevent it outright. I can slow her. Minerva will be in your dormitory tonight. You will not be alone. I would ask, very gently, Harry, that you not destroy her. It would be enormously satisfying. It would also be politically fatal. I would ask that you outlast her. I can outlast her, sir. I trust you. Sir, one last thing. Yes. Sirius. He is safe. He is unhappy. He is, as always, a handful. He has asked me to bring you to him next weekend. I would like to consent. Please. Next weekend, then. I will make it possible. Thank you. Dumbledore stood. He came around the desk. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder. He was a thin old man and a tired one, and there were shadows under his eyes, and when his hand was on Harry's shoulder it was a grandfather's hand and it was the hand of a general, and they were not, this year, the same hand. Go, Harry. Breakfast. Teach your friends. Live your life. I will call you when I need you, and you will call me when you need me, and we will, between us, meet the winter. Yes, sir. Harry, Hermione, and Ron went to breakfast. Hermione ate, for the first time that week, 3 different things. Ron fell asleep in his porridge. Harry sat with his back to the wall and watched the hall fill, and he thought, quietly, about boys and braziers, and about grandfather's hands, and about how, in the morning, the castle had to be a castle even though last night it had been a forest. Dumbledore kept his promise. On the Saturday of the following week, Harry went through a concealed door behind a tapestry in the headmaster's office and down a stair made of blue stone he had never seen before and up into the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. Sirius was not at the kitchen table. Sirius was in the kitchen doorway, pacing, because Sirius could not sit. When Harry stepped out of the stair, Sirius crossed the kitchen in 3 steps and took him by the shoulders and looked at him like a man taking inventory of a son. You look all right. I am all right. Fitter. I've been running. Taller. Doubt that. No, you are. A bit. You're a bit taller. Hermione's going to pass you by Easter. Come and sit down. I've made bacon. Listen, Harry, listen. Sirius dragged him to the table. He put a plate of bacon in front of him. He poured him tea. He sat. He leaned across and took Harry's hand. Sirius was not a hand-holder. Today he held his godson's hand like a man holding a rope in a storm. I want to say something. Say it. If this thing in your head, this system, if it ever tells you to do something I would not do. Do the opposite. Immediately. Without asking anyone. Do you understand? It hasn't told me to do anything I would not do. Yet. Yet. Good. Keep it that way. Harry, Harry, listen, I am proud of you. I am terrified for you. I am stuck in this house and I am going slowly mad in it and I am writing you every week because you are my reason, Harry, for not putting my head in the oven. Do you understand? Sirius, I know. I know. I know. I'm not to say things like that. But I've said it. I wanted to say it. I am so proud of you, Harry. I watched the prophet. I watch Dumbledore's face when he comes back from the school. He does not tell me. I can tell. He looks like a man who has seen an heir. And I was the one who could not be yours. I am your godfather. I have tried. I have been useless. I am, stop. I can't, stop. You are not useless. You are alive. That is enough. If we can keep you alive through the year, I can take anything else. Do you hear me? You stay alive. You don't go out. You don't take risks. You don't go charging off somewhere because Creature insulted you or because Dumbledore forgot to write. You stay in this house until we can move you. Understand? Sirius's mouth worked. Yes. Promise. Promise. Now pour me more tea. Sirius laughed, wet. He poured. They ate. Remus came in halfway through and ate with them. They played 3 rounds of exploding snap. Tonks walked in at the end of the hour with her hair the color of a traffic light and told Harry she had seen him duel Rabaston Lestrange on a roof and she wanted to kiss him on the forehead, which she did, which Harry protested, and which everyone laughed at. The kitchen was warm. It smelled of bacon and rum. When it was time to go, Sirius walked him to the stair. He did not cry. Harry did not cry. They hugged for long enough that Remus, in the kitchen, loudly and diplomatically, began to sing a sea shanty. "Christmas," Sirius said, pulling back. "Christmas, and we'll have you here properly. Christmas. Go. Go now. Before I steal you for the afternoon." He went. He carried the warmth of the kitchen up the stair behind him for a week. The detention with Umbridge that evening went, predictably, badly. She had obtained, she said sweetly, the warrant to search his trunk. She had come with it to his dormitory personally, with 2 ministry men behind her. Harry had been waiting. He had tidied. His trunk had been placed, lid open, on his bed. McGonagall was sitting in the one armchair with her hands folded on her lap like a woman who had come to tea. Umbridge had blinked, once, at McGonagall. "Dolores," McGonagall said, pleasantly. "I am here as the head of Gryffindor House. I will witness the search. I will note any items of interest. I will submit a report to the board." "That will not be necessary." "It will, Dolores. Open the trunk, Mr. Potter." Harry opened it. Umbridge and her men searched. They found a trunk full of clothes and schoolbooks and a half-eaten bar of Honeyduke's chocolate and a photograph of Sirius at 20, laughing, and a second photograph, very small, of his parents at their wedding. They found no weapon. They found no contraband. They found, at the bottom, a book by Gilderoy Lockhart, which Umbridge held up with a little triumphant flourish, as if it were a letter of confession, and which Harry had left, on purpose, to watch her make this exact gesture. "Mr. Potter," she said, "you are reading dangerous literature. Professor, Gilderoy Lockhart is in a private hospital. And yet. Shall I confiscate it myself? I shall do so. It is evidence." "Of what?" "Of your disposition." Harry smiled. "Take it." She took it. She left. McGonagall stood up. Dolores did not find anything. "No, Professor." She was not going to. "No. You left the Lockhart for her." "I did. Mr. Potter." "Professor. Your father would be delighted with you. My regards to the Lockhart." She left. Harry looked at his trunk. The brazier, of course, had been in Dumbledore's study. The invisibility cloak had been on Ron. The map had been in a slit in his bed mattress he had cut in 2nd year and never mended. The book from Snape had been behind a wall in the room of requirement, which had obliged him with a wall. He sat on his bed. He did not laugh. He wanted to. He did not. He was patient. Outside, the snow fell. Somewhere in the country, a man in bruise-colored robes received a letter that informed him, in a careful hand, that his proxy had been stripped of 2 hours of his life in the Forbidden Forest, and that his gift for Mr. Potter had been refused. The man set the letter down. He looked at the wall for a long moment. He laughed, then, very softly, for a long time, and then he wrote a letter of his own. "Mr. Potter," it said. "I apologize. I have been clumsy. I should not have sent Runcorn. I should not have sent the brazier. I was teaching, and you were not being taught. I will, very soon, come to you myself. I look forward to it. In the meantime, accept a gift. The enclosed is a scroll my master wrote for me when I was very young. You may find some sentences in it that you recognize. I think you will. With my kindest regard. But clemency with Snape had become, by late November, something strange. It was not friendship. It was not apprenticeship. It was, Harry came to think, mutually respectful surgery. Snape walked into his mind every other night, looked for a seam that was loose, and tied it shut with a word or a demonstration. Harry, for his part, had stopped flinching. He had started, more and more often, meeting Snape at the door of his own thoughts and bowing him in like a host. Snape did not compliment him. Snape did not, by his own lights, ever have to. The one evening, Harry caught Snape in his own attention for a half-second. It had been an accident, a reflex. Snape had stopped casting and sat down. "Well. I'm sorry, sir." "Don't apologize. That was the goal." "The goal, Potter, is not to withstand me. It is to redirect me. That is, a small step. Not a flourish. A small step. Yes, sir. I will be particularly hard on you tomorrow." "Yes, sir." "Get out." Harry had laughed on the way up the stairs and he had told Hermione about it at breakfast and Hermione had smiled for a full 3 seconds, which was, in Hermione, an aria. By the Sunday before the holidays the school was packing for the train. Hermione was going home to her parents. Ron was going to the Burrow. Harry was going to Grimmauld Place, with Dumbledore's arrangement, via the same blue stair. Draco was, for the first year in his life, staying at Hogwarts, because Draco's father was, for reasons Draco would not explain, preferring not to see his son at Christmas this year. Draco said this to Harry in the library, with his face turned to a snowy window, and he did not elaborate, and Harry did not press. Harry gave Draco his address in London and said, "If anything goes wrong, anything at all, come there. Sirius knows. He will open the door." Draco had blinked. "Sirius Black will open the door for me. Sirius Black will open the door for me, and I will open the door for you. He will not like me. He will hate you. He will also open the door." Draco had laughed, a real laugh, short, stunned. "All right, Potter. All right. Thank you. Don't thank me. I will anyway." "Fine." On the last night before the train, Harry stood in the great hall with Hermione and Ron in the crowd under the enchanted ceiling, and above them the stars were not the stars outside, the room, or rather, the hall, which had the room's trick on a bigger scale, had arranged over their heads a sky that Harry suspected was the sky his mother had been looking at the night he was born. He did not know how he knew. He knew. He felt, when he looked up at it, the old, clean thing in the center of his chest that was, he thought, his own, uncopied, uncatalogued. Hermione followed his gaze. "Your sky?" "I think so." "How does it know?" "Castles know." Castles know." Ron, on his other side, said, without looking up, "I'm coming back early from the Burrow." "Ron, I'm coming back." "Mum will cry." "I'll cry." "I'm coming back." "You are not doing Christmas with a madman and 2 elves without me." "Thank you." "Shut up." "Ron, shut up. We're brothers." "I'm coming." Hermione looked at the two of them, eyes wet, and she did not say she was coming too, because she had already promised her parents she would not. She merely said, softly, "I will be thinking of you. Both of you." "We know," Harry said. "I know you know." They went to bed. On the morning of the train Harry and Ron and Hermione walked down together to the carriages, and Draco walked with them for the first 200 yards until the crowd got thick and then split off with a small, private nod, and Ginny caught up with them at the edge of the lake and kept pace in silence because she did not need to speak. The Thestrals pulled them down to Hogsmeade. The train was red. The winter light was thin. The platform had, by some unkindness of scheduling, 2 Dementors at either end of it, and Harry, without appearing to think about it, cast his Patronus twice, in a light breath, once at each end, and prongs chased the Dementors off the platform. A first-year boy looked up at him from the crowd with enormous eyes. "Sorry about the grown-ups," Harry said to him. "They're meant to do that for you." "You did it," the first year said. "I know. Will you teach me?" "When you're a little older." "I promise." "Promise?" "Promise." He stepped onto the train. Harry received the letter at breakfast 4 days later. He did not open the scroll. He put it, unopened, in a box the room of requirement had made for him, and he sent a reply that said, in its entirety, "Come at Christmas. To the castle. Dumbledore's table. Bring no wand. Bring no proxy. Come as a guest or do not come. H. Potter." He did not expect Selwyn to accept. Selwyn accepted. At Grimmauld that night Harry lay on his bed with Hedwig on the sill and Sirius snoring in the next room and the small box from the room of requirement on the nightstand beside him, with Selwyn's unopened scroll inside. He did not open it. He did not need to. He had already decided, 3 days earlier, what the Christmas table would look like. He was going to meet Selwyn in Dumbledore's office, at noon, on Christmas Day, with Dumbledore at one elbow and Snape at the other and the Sword of Gryffindor on a stand behind him. He was going to pour Selwyn tea, because his mother's mother would have. He was going to offer Selwyn a biscuit. And then he was going to look the first anchor in the eye and find out, finally, whether the man in front of him wanted to confirm him, or consume him, or walk away. He fell asleep thinking about that, with his hand on his wand, and the castle in his memory. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Lines Drawn. Christmas morning at Grimmauld Place was the loudest thing Harry had heard in a month. Ron had arrived at 10 the night before, as promised, with Molly Weasley's eyes puffy and her knitting bag stuffed with 3 wool jumpers and 2 tins of fudge and a letter for Sirius that made him cry into the tea and then refuse to admit, for 30 minutes, that he had been crying. By dawn Ron and Harry were awake and had eaten 3 slices of Christmas cake between them, which was, Ron insisted, a Weasley tradition. They opened presents at the kitchen table. Sirius gave Harry a set of Marauders blank maps he had been hoarding since 1977, which was an inheritance in the shape of parchment and which Harry held for a long time before saying thank you. Remus gave him a hip flask of polished silver with a stag etched into one side. Mrs. Weasley had knitted him a navy jumper with an H on the chest. Fred and George had sent, by owl, a box labeled for emergencies, which proved to contain 100 small pocket fires, a tin of chocolate and a note that read, "If the pink woman attempts to cut you, feed her this one, top left corner, she will sneeze for a week." Harry laughed until he cried. Ron laughed because Harry had laughed. Sirius laughed because the kitchen had laughter in it. At 11, Dumbledore was at the door. He had come to collect Harry personally. He was in a set of winter robes the color of holly, and he was, Harry thought, almost young in the frame of the doorway. He did not look at Sirius, because Sirius was making a face, but he said, "I will return him before dusk. I will be the one in the room at his elbow. I will kill anyone who tries to take him, including myself if necessary." Sirius said, quietly, "Don't joke, Albus." "I am not joking. Bring him back." "I will bring him back." They went, by the blue stair, back to Hogwarts. Harry in his new jumper. Dumbledore in his holly robes. The castle was half empty, most of the students had gone home, the great hall was set, for the 20 or so who had stayed, with a dozen small trees. Snow fell on the lake without sound. In the headmaster's office at 10 minutes to 12, Severus Snape was sitting in a chair with his arms crossed. Minerva McGonagall was sitting behind Dumbledore's desk, because she had not wanted to be in the front row. Hagrid was standing in the corner with his hands folded like a man at a funeral. Harry was standing by the window with a cup of tea in his hand. Fawkes sang a note that had in it the rising thing one hears in a kitchen when someone has started to cook. "He is coming, sir," Harry said. "He is," Dumbledore said. "He will be here in 3 minutes. He will not bring a wand. He has not brought a wand. He will not bring a proxy. He has not brought one. He is coming, Harry, with his own hands. He is, above all, a courteous man, by the terms of his own tradition. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage? Neither. It is a fact. Treat it as one. At noon, the gargoyle below the staircase announced an arrival in a voice that had the surprise of a boy in it. The guest, headmaster. Let him come up. The man who walked into the headmaster's office was the man from Harry's dreams, and he was smaller than Harry had expected him to be. He was lean, moderate in height, with a long, handsome, careful face and hair the color of a new iron. He wore bruise-colored robes without ornamentation. His hands were pale and clean and empty. He smiled at the door, at Dumbledore, at Snape, at McGonagall. He smiled at Harry last, and longest. "Good afternoon," he said, pleasantly. "Mr. Potter." "Headmaster." "Minerva, I used to know a cousin of yours, I think." "Severus, dear." "Hagrid, what a large man you've grown into." "I am Selwin." "Please call me Selwin." "And I accept, with thanks, the offer of tea." Harry poured. His hand was steady. He had practiced being steady for this. He handed Selwyn the cup on a saucer with a biscuit. Selwyn took both, examined the biscuit, bit off a quarter, chewed, swallowed, and inclined his head. "Excellent biscuit. Mrs. Weasley. I shall write to thank her." "I wouldn't. She'd kill you." Selwyn laughed. It was a small, warm laugh, without malice. "Perhaps you're right. Shall we sit?" They sat. The conversation that followed was, for the first 20 minutes, a remarkable thing, two old men and one boy discussing, in the polite register of an academic colloquium, the history and mechanics of anchors. Dumbledore was silent. Selwyn described. Selwyn described, with a patient, precise voice, the lineage of the first system, which had been a gift from a long-dead order of Welsh wizard priests to a single pupil in the 11th century. He described the transfer, which was not clean, from the pupil to the pupil's apprentice, from that apprentice, 200 years later, to a single surviving student who had reached up out of a ruined abbey in Ireland with a burnt hand and grasped the system and held on. He described how the system had been passed and stolen and hidden and rediscovered, and how it had gone dark for 6 generations at a time and woken on the hands of babies, and how it had, 73 years ago, settled on him. "It is lonely, Harry," Selwyn said. "To carry the first system is to carry the library of every living wizard in your head. Every spell in the air. Every mispronounced lumos. Every shrug of a wand. It does not ever stop speaking. It does not ever sleep. It is beautiful, and it is an opera house that has been performing for 73 years in your ribcage. I have not been lonely because of a woman or a house or a war. I have been lonely because no one, for 73 years, has been able to hear it with me. Until you." "Before we continue," Dumbledore said, gently, into a pause, "I should like to ask, what you expected from today." "Truthfully." Selwyn turned his cup, thinking. "I expected, if I am being honest, Albus, I expected the boy to refuse me. I expected him to refuse me with a stutter and a shaking hand. I expected to be moved. I expected to be quite sure, after the interview, that I would destroy him in time. I did not expect him to be 30% larger in the room than I had imagined him. I did not expect him to pour a second cup of tea without asking. I did not expect him to have a presence. An atmosphere. He has grown into himself in a way I have not had time, in 70 years, to grow into mine." He looked at Harry. "I am, Mr. Potter, genuinely charmed. That is not a tactic. It is an observation. I appreciate it. Do you?" "I do. It does not change my answer. But I like you better for it. I was expecting a monster. I am a monster, Mr. Potter. I am simply one with good manners. I noticed. Dumbledore smiled. It was a small, rueful smile. He looked, for a moment, like a man watching two chess players at a level above his own. Then the moment passed, and he was Dumbledore again, and he was counting the ways this conversation could end, and he was, by the angle of his hand on his wand, prepared for most of them. Harry looked at him. "That is a moving piece of writing," Harry said, "and you've been practicing it. How much of it do you believe?" Selwyn's eyes, the polite lines at the corners, creased. "All of it, Mr. Potter. I would not lie to you in Dumbledore's office." "Then I have 2 questions." "Ask." 1. The boy in the brazier. Selwyn's face did not change. "Tell me, honestly," Harry said, "who he was, and why you put him there, and why your man was going to release him into a weapon if I had not intervened. And do not tell me he was an idiot, because I saw him. He was a boy. He was 20. Selwyn took a sip of tea. He set the cup down. He met Harry's eye. "He was," Selwyn said, "an anchor. The anchor before me. I murdered him in 1952, after I had convinced him to share with me for 3 decades. He wanted to live forever. I wanted his system. We had an arrangement. I have been carrying a piece of him in a brazier since 1952, because my system cannot quite process an anchor's soul in one sitting. I digest him, Mr. Potter, a sliver at a time. The brazier is my dining service. I have been eating him for 53 years. Snape's hand tightened on the arm of his chair. Harry did not look away. "And if I accept your courtesy, I take his place. In the brazier. Eventually. Eventually. Not now. No. We would be colleagues for a decade. Or 2. And then, when I had taught you what I know, I would eat me. Yes. Why are you telling me this?" Selwyn smiled. It was a kind smile. "Because, Mr. Potter, you are 15 years old, you have just turned aside a curse I myself cannot catch, and you have invited me to your headmaster's office on a Tuesday. I owe you honesty. It would be tacky of me to be anything less than honest with a boy who has been so very courteous. 2nd question. Yes. Why shouldn't I kill you, now, at this table?" Selwyn looked at him. He looked at him for a long, slow second. He did not, Harry noted, look at Dumbledore, or Snape, or McGonagall, or Hagrid. "Because," he said, "I am not defenseless, even here. And because your people are more fragile than mine. And because if I die today, the first system will go to the person in this room with the strongest pull. I am not certain which of you that is. I believe, though I could be wrong, that it is Severus. And because, finally, Mr. Potter, if you kill me here, you will not learn what I can teach you. You will win a life. You will lose a library." Harry sat back. "I thought you'd say that." "Did you?" "Yes." "And your rebuttal?" "I don't want your library," Harry said. "I am not interested in a library I have to pay for by eating you in a brazier in 50 years. I would rather be less powerful and not a cannibal. And I have enough library. I have Hogwarts. I have Hermione Granger. I have Severus Snape. I have the Room of Requirement. I have 28 of the brightest students in Europe in a room on the 7th floor learning how not to die. I have friends. I am not lonely. I am sorry you are lonely. I am sorry you spent 73 years eating a boy. I will not be your second boy. You may go." Selwyn's eyes narrowed. "Are you dismissing me, Mr. Potter?" "I am. Politely. I invited you to my home. I've heard what you had to say. Thank you for being candid. Please finish your tea and leave." For perhaps 3 seconds Selwyn did not move. In the 3 seconds the room held its breath the way a field holds its breath before a storm. Dumbledore's hand, very quietly, had taken hold of his wand. Snape's had too. McGonagall's was already in her fingers. Harry's wand was in his sleeve. Then Selwyn smiled. Very well. He set down his cup. He rose. He straightened his sleeves. Mr. Potter, I must say, you are a remarkable young man. Thank you, sir. I am not offended. That is kind of you. I will, however, come for you. You understand. There is no middle path. I must confirm you or I must consume you. You have refused to be confirmed. You have not yet refused to be consumed. I am refusing now. Ah. Is that clear? Oh, perfectly. He smiled again. I was merely observing the formalities. I will give you until Easter, Mr. Potter. That is a kindness, although you will not recognize it. I will not come at you before. At Easter I will come. I will come at the top of my strength, and I will bring, because I must, every Death Eater who has not gone to ground. You will not, I hope, be in Hogsmeade that afternoon. Good day, sir. Good day, Minerva. Severus, Snape did not look up. Oh, Severus. Sulking. Do pass my regards to your mother, she is dead. Ah. How tragic. I forget. He inclined his head and walked out. The office was very quiet for a moment. He is lying, McGonagall said at last. About what? Dumbledore said. About Easter. He will come sooner. It was a courtesy lie. He was giving us a deadline we would prepare for. He will break it. Dumbledore exhaled. I had hoped otherwise. You are correct. He will come earlier. We will prepare. Harry sat at the table with his tea between his hands. Sir, he said. Yes, Harry. I would like a knife. Harry. Not to use on him. To give to him, if I have to. I mean that I would like you to let me fight him when he comes. I would like you to believe I can fight him. I would like you to not stand in front of me. I would like your help, and Snape's, and Minerva's, and the students'. I would like your trust. I would like, he stopped. I am asking you not to be kind to me about this, sir. I am asking you to treat me like the man I will have to be, when he comes, because I will be a man when he comes, or I will be a corpse. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Yes. Thank you. You have it. You had it. I was waiting to hear you ask. I am asking. Then it is so. Minerva. Yes. Minerva, begin drills. With the staff. With the older students. With the DA, if Mr. Potter will permit us. He will. And Severus. Headmaster. Your network. Alerted. They know. Thank you. Hagrid. Yeah. The grounds. I'll walk every night from now till it's done, Headmaster. Thank you. Harry. Go and be 15 for one afternoon. Ron is downstairs. He has smuggled 2 meat pies up from London and an absurd amount of chocolate. Eat, please. Sleep, please. And come and find me in the morning. Yes, sir. Umbridge found him in a corridor on the 28th. She had returned from the holidays early, alone, in a sleigh she had commissioned from somewhere, with her pink jackets and her dried flowers and a letter from the minister in her pocket that she was, Harry knew, spoiling to produce. He had been walking to the library. She was waiting for him at the turn of the corridor, with 2 Aurors he did not recognize. Mr. Potter, she said. Professor. You are under arrest. Am I? For conspiracy against the ministry. What a large sentence, Professor, for a boy in a jumper. You will come with us. Harry smiled. He did not move. He let the system run its little check across the Aurors' faces. Neither of them was Kingsley. Neither was an Auror Harry had met. One of them, the taller, flickered faintly in the system's perception as if he were wearing something of another face's. Polyjuice. Second proxy. Harry said, out loud. What was that, Mr. Potter? Nothing, Professor. I was admiring the paintwork. It's very precise. The taller Auror cast first, without waiting for the formalities of arrest, which was a mistake, because Harry's shield was up before the man had finished his wand movement. The shield was the Hogsmeade dome in miniature, the thing Harry had drilled 30 times a day for 6 weeks, and it absorbed the curse and fed the curse back into the caster's wand, which shattered. Umbridge screamed. The other Auror, not a proxy, a real ministry employee, had the sense to freeze. He did not cast. He looked, visibly, at Umbridge, and then at Harry, and then back at Umbridge, and he said, in a voice that was not happy, Professor. I was not briefed about a polyjuiced Auror. I was briefed about an arrest. I was not briefed about combat. Professor, I am withdrawing. I will report this up. You are on your own. He walked out of the corridor. Umbridge, panting, lowered her wand. Harry had not raised his. The taller Auror had slid to the floor with his shattered wand in one hand and a blotch of spellburn on the other. Harry stepped forward. He bent. He peeled the polyjuice drinking proxy's face back with a flick of wand. The countercharm was cheap, the system had it in its archive, and found, under the face of an Auror Harry had never met, a face he had seen once before, in the Forbidden Forest, very recently, and had wiped of 2 hours of memory. He sighed. Professor Umbridge, he said gently. You are being used. The man you brought is a proxy of the first anchor. He is here to drag me out of the school and kill me in a convenient forest. I am going to tell Dumbledore. I am going to tell McGonagall. I am going to tell the Prophet, when Dumbledore lets me. You are, Professor, going to be the subject of the largest scandal the Ministry has produced in 20 years. I am not going to do that to you, Professor. You are going to do that to yourself. You have perhaps 2 weeks to resign voluntarily. If you do not resign voluntarily, I will make very sure that you are remembered. Do you understand? She did not answer. Her eyes were very wide. Do you understand? Yes, she whispered. Good day, Professor. Go to your office. Do not speak to anyone. Wait for Dumbledore. I will send him to you. He walked past her. Behind him she did not move. Dumbledore arrived at her office 20 minutes later and stayed for half an hour. He closed the door behind him. The corridor did not hear any of what was said. What emerged, at the end of half an hour, was a smaller Umbridge, with her lipstick smudged and her eyes red, and a letter of resignation in her hand, which she filed with the minister by owl before lunch. The minister was incandescent. The letter was printed, anyway. A week later there was a story in the Prophet that said she had taken ill, which was true in its way, and then the papers turned to the actual news of a full-scale Death Eater attack on a school. Umbridge did not return to Hogwarts. She did not go back to the Ministry either. She went, at last, into a small town on the coast, where she kept to herself, and where, for the rest of her life, she would buy a particular type of biscuit at a particular shop, and where a cat she had not meant to keep would live in her cottage. This was not, by her own measure, what she had wanted. It was the kindest fate her life had ever arranged for her. In the 2 weeks between Umbridge's retreat and the attack Harry barely slept. He did not, as Hermione feared he would, spiral. He set about, instead, the patient work of making himself useful. He taught. He drilled. He ate. He ran around the lake every morning at first light, sometimes with Neville behind him, sometimes with Ginny, sometimes alone. He did his homework. He wrote to Sirius every 2 days. He took tea, In the evening, with Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape in Dumbledore's office, in a rotating set of professional meetings at which tactics were discussed and at which Harry was, without ceremony, treated as an equal. "Potter," Snape said once, in passing, in a corridor, "you are doing a reasonable job of being an adult." "Thank you, sir. I do not compliment often." "I noticed." "Good." On the Friday evening before the attack, Hermione found Harry in the library and put her head down on the ward desk and said, "I am terrified." "I know. I am terrified because I love you." "I know. I am terrified because I love you and you are going to duel the most dangerous wizard in Europe other than Voldemort himself on Sunday morning." "I know. I am going to be in the doorway in the Hogsmeade Dome. I am not going to be behind you. I am going to be beside you. If you argue with me about this I will hex your eyebrows off." "I will not argue." "Good." "Hermione." "What?" "Thank you. For all of it. All year. Stop. Save it. Tell me at the end." "Yes. I mean it. I know." The attack came 2 weeks later, and it came fast. It came at dawn, on a Sunday, in the form of 40 Death Eaters and 3 old enormous stone dogs that Selwyn had animated out of a graveyard in the Highlands. The dogs crossed the lake in 20 minutes. The Death Eaters came up the front drive in a wedge. Selwyn, Harry noted, did not come up the drive. Selwyn came in the second wave, because Selwyn was a man who had been fighting for 400 years and did not, on principle, take the first volley. The wards came down in pieces. On the North Bridge McGonagall was rotating her 6 Gryffindors in a pattern Harry had not seen her cast. She had been a duelist in her youth and, in the moment, it was showing. Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson were at her left. Alicia Spinnet was at her right. 3 sixth years whose names Harry only half remembered were behind her, acting as a pure shield reserve, and Professor McGonagall herself, without her hat, with her hair pulled back into the stern bun she favored, was casting a silent disabling curse that hit Death Eaters one after another and put them down. In the dungeon Snape had done an unexpected thing. He had, the morning before the attack, drilled the 3 Slytherins Draco Malfoy had vouched for, Tracy Davis among them, and a round-faced boy named Theo Knott who had surprised Harry by joining, and a small narrow boy named Blaise Zabini who had surprised everyone, in a particular counter-assault pattern that depended on each of them knowing exactly where the others would be at any moment. When the Death Eaters came down the south stair into the dungeons, the 3 children plus Snape cut them down in a corridor that was, by then, a kind of funnel. No one among them took a curse. The Death Eaters in the dungeons broke, ran, were chased, were rounded up. Snape, at the end of it, had not lifted his voice above a murmur the entire time. Tracy Davis, Harry would hear later, had cried afterwards for half an hour, and then eaten a sandwich, and then joined the clean-up detail. And across the grounds Hagrid had taken one of Selwyn's 3 stone dogs apart with his bare hands. Harry did not see this. Luna saw it. Luna described it later, to the DA on Tuesday night, with a quiet, deadpan reverence that made Ron laugh until he cried. He punched it, Luna said, in the shoulder, and then he apologized. And then he punched it again, because it had not crumbled yet. And then it crumbled. And then he apologized again, which was, I thought, an excess of politeness, but very Hagrid. Dumbledore held the main gate himself for 10 minutes, alone, with his sleeves rolled up, and McGonagall held the North Bridge with 6 of the older Gryffindors, and Snape held the dungeon's corridor with 3 Slytherins Draco had, in the previous week, quietly vouched for. Harry and the DA held the long corridor that led from the entrance hall to the Great Hall, because the Great Hall, Hermione had calculated, was where the Death Eaters would aim if they breached. They breached. Harry had been ready for it. He had been ready for it since Christmas. He cast Expelliarmus on the first Death Eater through the door, and the second, and the third, and as they fell he said, calmly, to the DA at his shoulders, Hogsmeade Dome, on me, for wide. The dome came up in the doorway and turned the next volley of curses into a rattling storm of green and purple sparks that did not pass the door frame. Luna, swap with Neville every 10 seconds. Ginny, on my left. Cho, on my right. Ron, Hermione, the second rank. Susan, Ernie, Padma, take the flanks. Tracy, take the south door. Do not die. Will not, Tracy said, and ran. He had rehearsed this. He had rehearsed it for 6 weeks. It fired like a machine. Outside, the dome took the whole front of the Death Eater charge. Curses came. Curses died. The DA rotated. The dome held. Harry fed it, from the center, with a careful steady pulse of his own magic, and when a Death Eater came close enough to be within reach of his individual wand he flicked out a specific spell, disarming, binding, stunning, that neatly took the man down without opening a hole in the dome. It went, for roughly 6 minutes, extraordinarily well. Then Selwyn arrived. He came up the middle of the great hall with his hands in his pockets and a small, warm smile on his face, as if he were strolling into a concert, and he stopped 10 feet from Harry's dome and said, "Harry. Good morning. I did not wait for Easter. I hope you will forgive me. I did not like the odds." "I forgive you nothing," Harry said. "Quite right. Quite right. Well, then." He cast. The curse he cast had no name. It had no shape. It was a raw, undifferentiated blow of force, and it was calibrated, specifically, to Harry's particular signature. The system caught it a microsecond before the blow landed. "He is copying you back, Anchor, he is using what we have been sending, prepare," and Harry leaned into the dome and the dome bent and held. Luna, beside him, screamed. Ginny, on his left, threw a shield of her own over the top of his dome. Cho, on his right, stunned the nearest Death Eater with a vicious quick curse that made Harry proud. Harry felt the dome give at the edges. "Down," he said, "everyone down, kneel to me, all hands on my shoulders. Now." The DA dropped to one knee and laid their hands on Harry's shoulders in a circle. The dome collapsed, transferred, reshaped, and regrew as something else, not a wall, but a wrapped cocoon around all of them. Hermione, beside him, pressed her forehead to his back in concentration. The system lit. Blend authorized. New architecture. Stand. The cocoon hardened. Selwyn's next strike bounced. "Clever," Selwyn said, sounding genuinely surprised. "Oh, very clever. Who taught you that?" "She did," Harry said, and jerked his thumb at Hermione, and Hermione, behind him, laughed once, wet and furious. "I will have to make sure she does not, no." Harry stepped out of the cocoon. The cocoon resealed behind him. He walked, alone, down the middle of the great hall, and he met Selwyn in the place between the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables, which had been overturned in the attack and lay in an X of broken wood, and he stopped. Selwyn inclined his head. "1-on-1. Yes. I cannot promise my men, Dumbledore is already through the front doors," Harry said. "Your men will be busy. You will find, in the next 2 minutes, that your tactical position is worse than you have been thinking it is. I have been busy for 6 weeks. I am busy now. Let us not waste the time. Duel me." Selwyn smiled. "As you wish." They dueled. Harry had thought, often, about what a duel with the first Anchor would be like. The real thing was nothing like the thing he had imagined. It was not, in any sense, a trading of spells. It was two people speaking in overlapping languages at very great speed. Selwyn cast. Harry copied. Selwyn countered. Harry copied the counter. Selwyn wove a curse through a dream knot Harry had never seen. Harry copied the dream knot, unwove it in the same breath, and returned it as a silver net across Selwyn's ankles. Selwyn laughed. Selwyn did not fall. Selwyn cast a brilliant interlocking cascade of 6 spells that Harry would later swear was a single spell, because the way they touched was seamless. Harry copied the cascade and collapsed it down into 3 spells, because 3 was tighter, and sent it back at Selwyn, and caught Selwyn's own returning cascade in one of the 3, and fed the whole stack into Selwyn's feet. Selwyn staggered. The system, inside Harry's head, was a thing incandescent. Anchor, you are blending. You have arrived. Harry, with the small, grim satisfaction of a man who has found, under his hand, the tool that fits the job, pressed his wand forward and cast a single thing. It was not a spell. It was the idea of a spell. It was all of the 100 defensive shapes he had taken in 6 weeks, folded into a single point, and sharpened to a needle. Selwyn threw up a wall of his own magic to catch it. The wall took the first half of the thing and cracked. The second half came through. It caught him across his wand arm and opened a long, neat cut down the side of his sleeve, and his arm, and he dropped his wand. Selwyn looked at his own arm with a kind of gentle, academic surprise. "Oh," he said. "Well." The hall behind him was in chaos. Dumbledore had come through the front doors at a walk and Death Eaters were falling off him like rain off a roof. Snape, behind him, was methodical as weather. McGonagall was still audible, somewhere. The system registered all of it and did not bother with it. It was, for Harry, only Selwyn. "You should leave," Harry said. "I will need to," Selwyn agreed. He knelt, slowly, and picked up his wand with his left hand. His right hung uselessly at his side. "Harry. Sir. I underestimated you. I noticed. I will not next time. There will not be a next time. You will not come back here. If you do, I will do worse than this." "Yes," Selwyn said. "Yes. I believe you. I am, very impressed. I am also very displeased. In the way a bad teacher is displeased with a clever student. Go. Harry. Go." Selwyn looked at him. For one instant Harry saw, under the courtesy and under the centuries and under the curated exhaustion, a thing that was afraid. The thing was afraid of Harry, and, more importantly, afraid of what it was about to do next, and afraid, Harry suddenly understood, of being taken, in the night, by a being older and hungrier than itself. The first anchor, in that instant, was a man whom other men with less courteous habits were about to punish for failing. "Go," Harry said, softer. "Tell your master whatever you need to tell him." Selwyn's face smoothed. "You are kinder than I expected. I have to be. I have not forgiven you." "No. You should not." He disapparated, which should not have been possible inside Hogwarts. The wards at his moment of leaving cried, once, like a hurt animal. The Death Eaters, sensing their anchor go, broke. Dumbledore rounded up the last of them in the corridor under the moving staircase and handed them, bound, to the Aurors who had finally arrived at a run. 40 Death Eaters. 3 stone dogs. All taken. No students killed. 3 students injured. 1 teacher, Aurora Sinistra, unconscious in a stretcher. 1 ghost, Sir Nicholas, run through and embarrassed. Harry walked out of the great hall on legs that were, at last, tired. Hermione caught him before his first stumble. Ron took his other arm. Together they walked him to a bench in the corridor and sat him down. "I need," he said. "A minute," Hermione said. "A year." "A minute first." "Yes." He sat. That night Sirius came to the school. He did not come by flu, or by train, or by Dumbledore's arrangement. He came by Buckbeak, who landed in the window of the room of requirement in a thump that shook the mats. Harry had been lying on a cushion with Hedwig beside him and the Weasley twins' new blanket over his knees. He looked up. Sirius fell through the window the way only Sirius could fall, like a man who had been thrown out of 100 windows in his life and had learned to enjoy the landing. Pup, Sirius said. You shouldn't be here. I know. Dumbledore'll kill you. Dumbledore'll love me. He sent for me. He did. Through Remus. Go on. Hug me. We're doing a hug. They hugged. They sat on the mat. Sirius put his arm around Harry and did not speak for a full minute. Then he said, very quietly, the papers are going to eat you alive tomorrow. I know. They'll say you staged it. They'll say you summoned the Death Eaters. They'll say you're Voldemort's son. They'll say anything. They're going to have to say something, and every honest thing makes Fudge look bad, so they'll say dishonest things. I know. You all right? I am. I am. It's heavy. It is heavy, Sirius. It's heavy like I thought it would be. I am fine. I am doing it. I thought it would be harder than this. I thought I would be afraid. I am not afraid. I am just a bit tired. Tired. Yeah. Tired is the one that gets you. It isn't fear. It isn't pain. It's tired. I'll tell you what my lot used to do. We used to eat enormous amounts of food. Enormous. My dad used to make us eat. James used to make me eat. You are going to eat, pup. You are going to eat so much, and you are going to sleep for 12 hours, and you are going to walk around the lake tomorrow with your godfather and your two best friends, and you are not going to carry anything for one day. Do you hear me? Yes. Listen to me. I am going to say a thing I should have said in the summer. I am going to say it now. I am proud of you. I love you. I am grateful that I lived long enough to see you this year. If I die before the year is out, I have seen enough. Do you understand? Don't die. I won't. I am trying not to. But listen to me. I have seen enough. Do not, if I die, do not waste a year of your life hating yourself for me. Do you hear me? I did not live this long to leave you a year of hating yourself. Sirius, do you hear me? I hear you. Good. Now, oh, come on. Don't cry. You're crying. Shut up. They cried for a minute. They dried their faces. Buckbeak ate a mango the room had conjured and did not comment. Harry leaned against Sirius's shoulder and watched the window, which was nothing, which was a pretense, which showed them a sky in which a single bright star was hanging low and slow. After Sirius had left, Hermione came up to the room of requirement with a mug of hot chocolate and sat beside Harry on the mat and did not speak. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Harry did not say anything either. There was, he had learned that year, a great deal more communicated by two friends sitting in the same room than by two friends talking about their feelings. He let the warmth of her shoulder against his arm tell him what he already knew. After a while she said, Dumbledore is planning something. Yes. He hasn't told you. He will. It has to do with Voldemort. It isn't about Selwyn. Selwyn is a problem we've mostly solved tonight. He's going to come back at us, sure, but we have his measure now. You have his measure. Voldemort, he's a different thing. He's been the thing Dumbledore has been preparing you for all along. Selwyn was a surprise. Voldemort is the plan. Yes. Harry. Are you ready? No. Good. Why good? Because the people who think they are ready aren't. The people who know they aren't, are. You are going to be magnificent, Harry. I have watched you all year. You are going to be magnificent. Hermione. I love you. I know. I wish you'd let me say it sometimes without, I know. I love you too. There. Now stop. He did not stop. He leaned his head against hers. She leaned back. They fell asleep, eventually, on the mat. Ron found them in the morning and covered them with his own blanket and tiptoed out, which was the kindest thing Ronald Weasley had done in a year, and he did it, because he was a Weasley, without ever mentioning it to anyone afterwards. Voldemort, in a house without windows, in the middle of England, stood very still. He had felt it. The moment Selwyn had fallen across the Great Hall, he had felt it, across 300 miles, as an alarm and a revelation. He had known that Selwyn was an anchor. He had not, until that moment, known that Harry was. He did not yet know what an anchor was. He had gone, in the moment of the realization, to his library, and he had pulled down the book he had not opened in 20 years, and he had read, by wandlight, for 6 hours. He had learned things. He had learned, among them, that anchors could not be killed by the killing curse, because the killing curse was a spell, and an anchor was a person whom spells remembered how to be. He had learned other things. He did not share them with Bellatrix. He did not share them with Nagini. He sat, in his chair, with the book closed on his knee, and he looked at a wall for a long time, and he thought, without fear, but with a cold and brilliant attention, the boy is mine. The boy is not mine. The boy is worth more than I thought. The boy must be taken intact. The boy must not be injured. The boy must be brought to me alive, so that I may, find out, very carefully, what he is for. He called Bellatrix. He gave her a set of instructions. In the castle, that night, Harry walked the corridors alone for an hour. He did not speak to anyone. He did not run. He passed nearly headless Nick, who tipped his hat and floated on. He passed the fat friar, who said, "Good evening, my boy," and smiled a quiet smile. He passed, in a stairwell, Peeves, who for once did not throw anything at him, because Peeves had been, by Harry's 3rd year, a cautious creature around particularly strong-willed students, and because Peeves, in his chaotic heart, liked Harry in the way a small dog liked a larger one. Harry walked the corridors and he felt the stones of the castle lean into his footsteps, as if the castle was aware of him and, in its slow silent way, had chosen, on this night, to be on his side. When he came back to the Gryffindor Tower, Ron was still awake in a chair by the fire. They did not speak. Ron handed him a mug of something warm. Harry drank it. Ron put a blanket over him. They watched the fire die. At some point Harry slept, and at some point Ron slept too, and the common room held them both like a patient, tired parent through the last hours of a long vigil. In the morning the prophet ran a headline, as Sirius had predicted, that was not the true story. In the corridors of Hogwarts the actual story spread on its own legs. In London, Sirius Black sat with his godson at breakfast and fed him bacon. In an unknown house in the Fens, Selwyn sat at a writing desk with his arm in a sling, and he did not receive visitors, and when a tall thin man came to his door with instructions from Voldemort, Selwyn refused to open it, and sat instead at the desk, and began, in the clean hand of a 400-year-old scholar, to write a letter he did not send. At the top of the letter were 2 words, "Dear Harry." He did not finish it. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Gathering Storm. The dream came 2 weeks before Easter. Harry had been expecting it and, when it arrived, it was not at all what he had been expecting. He woke inside it. He did not wake to a library or an orchid-choked greenhouse. He woke to a long stone corridor lined with dusty glass spheres that shimmered with faint light, as if 100 snow globes had been made out of trapped breath. He knew, at once and without needing to be told, where he was. He had seen it on a wall in Dumbledore's office in a diagram drawn by a man in 1811. It was the Hall of Prophecy, at the Department of Mysteries, in the Ministry of Magic, in London. In the corridor between 2 rows of the spheres was a thin, dark figure kneeling on the stone with his back to Harry. The figure was wearing a cloak that was not bruise-colored and was not Death Eater black. It was the color of wet ash. It was the color of the inside of a chimney. The figure was doing something to the stone of the floor, with a patient, practiced hand. "Sirius," Harry said, because the figure had Sirius's shoulders. The figure did not turn. The figure finished the thing he had been doing to the stone, stood up, dusted his knees, and vanished. Behind him, on the stone, an image remained, burned into the floor, not by fire but by time, as if he had stained it with the sheer weight of having knelt there a long time. It was a shape. It was a shape Harry knew. It was a circle around a square around a triangle, which was the sign, in the secret language of the Order of the Keys, of a trap. Harry woke up. Hermione was already awake, in the chair by his bed, her hand on his wrist. She had been watching him sleep. She was in her own pajamas, with her wand in her lap, and her face in the small blue wand light was set the way her face was set when she was holding a rope against a cliff. What did you see? Prophecy Hall. Sirius. A trap mark on the floor. A mark. Order of the Keys. A keys trap. At the Ministry. At the prophecy. Harry, I know. Voldemort wants you there. I know. He wants you there for the prophecy. He wants Sirius as a lure. He has been feeding you the dream. Snape has been telling you to occlude and you have been. He is getting under your occlumency anyway. He is older and cleverer than any of us wanted to think. You are not going to the Ministry. I am not going to the Ministry. Good. I am going to be at the Ministry tomorrow morning. Harry. I am going with Dumbledore, and Snape, and Sirius, and McGonagall, and the Order, and the DA. I am going to walk in the front door at the beginning of a shift with a warrant, because Madam Bones will sign it for me, and I am going to empty the prophecy off the shelf with my own hand, and I am going to take it to Dumbledore, and I am going to hear it. And when Voldemort arrives, because Voldemort will be there the moment I touch it, I am going to be ready for him. I am going to fight him there, Hermione. At the Ministry. I am going to stop running. I am not going to wait for him to come for me. Hermione looked at him. You have been planning this. For 3 weeks. Does Dumbledore know? I told him yesterday. Does Sirius know? I told him this morning. Did Sirius say yes? Sirius was supposed to say no. He did not say no. Why did Sirius not say no? Because Sirius is coming with us. Hermione sat back in the chair. All right, she said. All right. I am going to kill you later. I am going to bring you food and water and a change of clothes now. Get up. Get dressed. We are going. Yes, Mum. Don't call me that tonight. Sorry. Get up. They did not go straight to the Ministry. Harry insisted, against Hermione's protest and Ron's confusion, on an hour first. He made them sit down at the Gryffindor table in the empty Great Hall. It was 6 in the morning, the candles were low, the ceiling was showing a dawn over a place that was not Hogsmeade but somewhere farther east, and he made them eat. Porridge, he said. Harry, eat. Hermione, eat. Ron, eat. Ginny, Luna, Neville, eat. I am not walking into the Ministry with the 6 of you on empty stomachs. Sirius is going to eat too. Dumbledore is going to have a boiled egg. I am going to have toast. Snape is, I expect, going to refuse, because Snape is not, by history or inclination, a breakfast man. The rest of you will eat. Yes, General Potter, Ron said, through a mouthful of porridge. Don't call me that. Potter the patient. Potter the porridge prince. Prince of porridge. I'm going to put this on a placard. Shut up. General, shut up. Hermione snorted. Neville laughed so suddenly he inhaled a piece of bacon. Ginny pounded his back. Luna said, serenely, I do not like porridge, Harry. I like it that you want me to like porridge. I am going to eat toast. Toast is fine. Thank you. They ate. Sirius ate. Dumbledore, later, at the gate, ate a boiled egg with the manners of a gentleman on a train. Snape refused, as predicted. Harry did not push him. The system, in the quiet back of his mind, had been running a final check over all his spells since he had sat down, a patient slow inventory of everything he had learned and practiced since the alley in August, and it said, very softly, as he finished his toast, "Anchor." "Ready." "Ready," Harry said, under his breath. "What was that?" Hermione said. "The system. It is telling me we are ready." "I am telling it thank you." "Has it been kind to you today?" "It has been kind to me every day." Hermione nodded. "I hate that it was made by a monster. I like that it has managed to be, in spite of its origin, a decent thing. It had help." "From whom?" "From me." "Yes," Hermione said, and smiled, her first smile of the morning. "Yes, it did." At 9 the next morning Harry walked into the atrium of the Ministry of Magic with Dumbledore on his left and Sirius on his right and Snape behind him and Hermione, Ron, Luna, Ginny, and Neville around them in a loose moving wedge. The rest of the DA was at Hogwarts, drilling under McGonagall, who had stayed to hold the school. The atrium was almost empty. It was a Tuesday. Madame Amelia Bones was waiting at the fountain with 2 oars and a stack of parchment. "Albus." "Amelia. Thank you for coming." "Of course." She looked at Harry. "You must be Mr. Potter." "I have heard, a great deal. I have, for the record, believed most of it." "Thank you, Madame Bones." "Your warrant." "Sign here, Mr. Potter, and here." "Your witness must sign here, Mr. Black, I assume you are the witness, good, and here." "And Albus, if you would, write." "We are, if nothing else, on paper." "Off paper, I am going with you." "I will not be left out of this." "You will not be left out." "Good." They went down. The lift dropped through the Ministry's darker throats, past the Auror office, past the Department of Magical Accidents, past, at the very bottom, the Department of Mysteries. The doors opened on a room that was circular, black, and empty of light. 12 identical doors ringed the walls. The room turned, slowly, under their feet. "Straight through," Harry said. "Not this one. Not the next one. The 7th from the left of where we came in." "Harry, how do you, because I have spent 6 months studying a diagram. The system has been helping." "Come." They went. The 7th door opened on the Hall of Prophecy. It was exactly as it had been in his dream, stone, dust, long rows of glass spheres with the glow of trapped breath. The kneeling figure was not in the corridor. The trap mark was not on the floor. Harry did not walk down the central corridor. He walked along the 3rd row and stopped at the sphere that had his name on it. It had, at the top, in crabbed handwriting, SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter. "Don't touch it directly," Snape said, sharply, behind him. "I wasn't going to." Harry cast a levitation. The sphere lifted off its shelf and came to rest in the air in front of him. Dumbledore, quietly, cast a second charm, which warded it against cracking. Harry turned. They were going. "Now," Snape said, low. Harry had expected the attack to begin the moment he had lifted the sphere. It did not. He walked with the sphere floating at his side down the central corridor. He passed row after row of quiet, indifferent spheres. He reached the far door. He turned the handle. He stepped through. The hallway they emerged into was not the circular room. It was the death chamber. The old sunken room with the stone arch in the middle, the arch with the tattered veil. The arch that was, his mother's brother had told him in a library at Christmas, a door into nowhere. The arch that a kneeling figure could, in a dream, have burned a trap around. Voldemort was standing in front of the arch. He was not alone. Bellatrix was at his left. Rabastin Lestrange was at his right. Behind them stood 5 other Death Eaters. Behind them stood, at a distance, his arms still in a sling, a man in bruise-colored robes with his hands folded politely behind his back. Selwyn. He had not come. He had, it seemed, come. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. Tom. The word made Bellatrix shriek in outrage. Voldemort's fingers, long and white, twitched. He smiled. He smiled without teeth. His face did not make the smile pleasant. You have saved me the trouble of sending for you. You were never going to reach me. You have brought me my prophecy. I have brought you a choice. Oh. I have brought you a choice, Tom. I have brought you one of the two anchors of the age, in the flesh. I am not going to hand you the prophecy and I am not going to let you touch it. But you are standing 20 feet from me, in a room with a veil in it, and I am going to tell you a thing, and I am going to ask you a thing, and I am going to make you choose between three things. And your friend in the back in the sling, Selwyn, he is going to be in on the first offer. Voldemort's head tilted. Go on. Offer 1. You leave. You leave the ministry. You leave the country. You go to ground for 100 years. I do not pursue you. I do not hunt you. You live as a hermit. You will not survive me if we fight, Tom. You know this now. You learned it 3 weeks ago. You have read your book. You have understood what I am. You do not, this afternoon, have the tools to take me. You are clever enough to know that. And if I refuse? Offer 2. You try to take the sphere. I drop it. The prophecy is lost. I hand Dumbledore to you. The 4 of us, me, Dumbledore, Sirius, Snape, fight you and your 7. We will kill 4 of your 7 in the first 2 minutes. Bellatrix, in particular, is going to die in the first 30 seconds, because I have been building a spell for her for 6 weeks specifically. You will kill none of ours. We will push you, bleeding, into that veil behind you. I will do that. And offer 3. Offer 3, Harry said, you listen to me. Voldemort laughed. It was a dry, thin, exquisite laugh. Speak, boy. Harry did not look at Selwyn. He looked at Voldemort. He spoke quietly. Selwyn is eating you. Silence. Selwyn, Harry said, has been playing you for 20 years. You called him in. He came to you. He swore allegiance. He has no allegiance. He is 400 years old. He keeps a collection of souls he has taken, in pieces, over the centuries. He murdered the anchor before him in 1952 and has been eating him, a sliver at a time, in a brazier, ever since. He is planning, within the decade, to murder you and eat you too. He does not want you. He wants your influence. He wants your soldiers. He has been using your Death Eaters as a net in which to catch me, and when I would not be caught, he sent his own proxy into my school. He is not yours, Tom. He has never been yours. He is older than you, and he will, if you allow him another year, take you apart in your sleep. Selwyn did not move. Voldemort, very slowly, turned his head and looked at Selwyn. Selwyn met his eye. That is, of course, a lie, Selwyn said mildly. The boy has been reading books. Books, Voldemort said. Books, my lord. Specific books. Obscure books. Books that are not generally known to exist. No, my lord. Old books. Not to be read by schoolboys. Lies. Yes, Voldemort said, softly. Lies. There was a pause. Then Voldemort moved. He was faster than Harry had expected him to be. He did not turn to face Harry. He turned, instead, toward Selwyn. And Selwyn, who had not expected to be turned on quite that quickly, was a beat late in his own rising defense, and the killing curse that left Voldemort's wand was not a killing curse. Voldemort had read the book, Voldemort knew that anchors could not be killed that way. It was, instead, a complicated, intricate, ruinous piece of soul-splintering that Harry had never seen and that the system, with a quick audible click, catalogued. Assimilate? Not now, Harry said. Understood. Storing. Selwyn's shield caught half of the spell. The other half caught him across the chest, and Selwyn, 400 years old, rocked on his heels and made a small surprised sound and raised his own wand. In the next 2 minutes a fight happened that no one in the room, except perhaps Dumbledore, would ever be able to describe with any accuracy. The room smelled of old stone and dry dust. The veil behind Voldemort moved, faintly, in a wind that had no source. Harry had been thinking, for 3 weeks, about what a three-way duel would actually look like, and what he had concluded was that it was not, in the sense one imagined, 3 people casting spells at one another in turn. It was, instead, 3 people sharing a single space of magic, and the space of magic had boundaries, and the boundaries could be leaned into, pressed against, folded over, and tied off. He had been practicing, in the room of requirement with Snape watching and, for the last week, Dumbledore watching, the art of leaning. He leaned now. Voldemort cast a green curse that was not green, it looked green to the eye, but the system told Harry, behind his eye, that its actual color, in the old grammar of the spells, was a violet, stripped white, and Harry took it. He took it and folded it and bent the fold over the curve of the room's natural magic, and when Voldemort cast a second, faster, sharper version of the same, Harry caught that one inside the fold and closed the fold. The 2 curses, stacked on one another, rang like a bell inside the fold and then, when Harry let go of the fold, collapsed inward and exploded into a cloud of stripped white sparks that hung, harmless, in the air above the arch. Voldemort took a step back. Selwyn, at Harry's other flank, attempted, for the first time in the fight, to use Harry as a reservoir. Harry felt the tug of it and bent his wrist once and cut the tether cleanly, which Selwyn had not expected him to be able to do, and Selwyn's follow-up curse, robbed of its reservoir, struck Voldemort's shield instead of Harry's arm. Selwyn's polite mask slipped for half a second. Harry, watching him through the system's clarity, thought, he is not angry. He is relieved. He is relieved that I am competent. Something in him wanted, at some level he does not yet admit to himself, to lose this fight. Voldemort, for his part, had come into the room expecting the fight to be against Harry with Selwyn at his back. He had discovered, in 30 seconds, that the fight was against both of them with no one at his back. He had adjusted. Voldemort's great gift, even Harry's mother's brother would have admitted, was not cruelty, it was adjustment. He turned on Selwyn for 20 seconds and Selwyn, with a flicker of surprise and a flicker of something that was almost pride, defended himself at the upper limit of what Harry had seen him do. Selwyn was very good. Selwyn was not quite as good, any longer, as Voldemort, who had been reading the book. Harry, in the spaces between the two of them, slipped curse after curse onto the fringes. He broke one of Selwyn's shoulders with a low silent reductor he had borrowed, 3 months before, from a Ravenclaw who had not known he was being borrowed from. He bent one of Voldemort's curses into the floor, where it carved a groove in the stone like a plow. He cast a small pinning tether on each of them and let the tether go before either of them could notice, which meant that each of them had, invisibly, been placed in a small patch of space that had 1 extra ounce of gravity in it, for the rest of the fight. They were slightly slower than they should have been. The system had suggested this. Harry had done it. Neither of them, even Voldemort, had noticed. It was like fighting with a carpenter's wisdom. Not fast, but correct. Voldemort, pressed, finally realized what had been done to him. His eyes widened. He laughed. "Oh, Harry. Tom. I see what you are. Now. I underestimated. Yes. I will not again. There won't be an again. Not tonight." Harry fought Voldemort. Voldemort fought Selwyn. Selwyn fought Harry. The 3 of them moved across the sunken stone in a triangle, Bellatrix and Rabaston and the 5 others on the fringes trying to hold off Dumbledore and Snape and Sirius and the Order. Hermione and Luna and Ginny and Neville and Ron were in a dome of their own making at the door, and they were, as Harry had asked them to be, not in the center of the fight. Dumbledore was drawing off Bellatrix personally, who was, as Harry had promised, being cut to the bone in 30 seconds, and who was, before a minute had passed, bound and on her face, without being killed, because Dumbledore was, even now, merciful. Snape and Sirius had taken 3 Death Eaters between them with a kind of thrifty, competent violence Harry would later find moving. In the center, at the arch, the 3 anchors, for Voldemort, Harry now understood, was trying to become one, and was, in his way, near it, collided. Voldemort cast a curse. Harry copied. Selwyn countered. Selwyn cast a curse at Voldemort. Harry copied. Voldemort deflected. Harry cast a spell of his own, blended, an original, the sort of blend the system had been whispering to him about for weeks, and caught Voldemort on the shoulder and Selwyn on the wrist in the same stroke. Voldemort did not flinch. Selwyn flinched. Voldemort turned, bodily, and said, in a voice that stopped time for a full second, Bellatrix. Push black. Bellatrix, bleeding, laughed. She threw a curse that was not a killing curse. Voldemort did not want the ability to kill them, not now, because now he had realized what Harry was, but was, instead, a pushing curse, and she pushed Sirius toward the veil. Sirius stumbled. Harry, in the peripheral vision of the system's field, saw him stumble. He cast, on the instant, without hesitation, something he had been saving for this, not a spell, exactly, but a reach, a tethering of his own magic into the air of the room, a pinning of the space around Sirius's heels to the floor of the room. He had built this in a notebook for 3 weeks. He had written it down and shown it to Snape, and Snape had looked at it and said nothing, which was approval. He had never cast it. He cast it now. Sirius stopped sliding on the edge of the arch. The veil billowed as if a hand had moved past it. Sirius did not fall. Sirius turned, stunned, and said, "Harry, duck." Sirius ducked. Bellatrix's second curse went over his head and struck the stone behind him and left a scorch the color of iron. Harry turned back to the 2 anchors. Voldemort, with the kind of wild magnificent cruelty he had been making famous for 50 years, cast the piece of soul-splintering again, at Selwyn. This time Selwyn caught it with a shield of his own making. This time Selwyn did not flinch. Selwyn smiled, slow, at Voldemort. "You have been reading," Selwyn said. "I have been reading, Selwyn. You are not my match, my lord. Nor are you mine, old friend. Nor is the boy yours." "Then we are," Selwyn said, "about to find out." They cast at each other. Harry cast at both. It ended in a way Harry would think about, later, as not the ending anyone had predicted. Dumbledore, at the edge of the room, with Bellatrix under his foot and Rabaston stunned across an iron bench, raised his wand and made a small, precise gesture Harry had never seen him make. The room went quiet. The 3-way fight froze. "Enough," Dumbledore said. "Enough, Tom." "Enough, Selwyn." "Enough, Harry." Voldemort hissed. "Albus." "Tom. You are interfering." "I am interfering. That is, my great specialty." "Tom, I will tell you a thing you do not know. The boy has the prophecy, but the prophecy cannot be broken in a ministry hallway. I have carried a copy of it in my head for 15 years. You will not get the prophecy. You will not get the boy. You will not, tonight, get Selwyn either, unless you would like to try for him with the 3 of us still on our feet. I am offering, Tom, an honest exit. You are quite strong. You will live to fight us again. You will want to. It will be, at a later date, more convenient for you. Take it." Voldemort's eyes flicked across Harry's face. "Are you listening to him, Harry Potter?" "I am." Are you pleading for my life? I am allowing it. I am not accustomed to being allowed. You will either learn or not. I don't care which. Voldemort's chest moved once. Twice. Then he made the particular, delicate gesture that his body made before he disapparated, and the gesture did not happen. The wards, Dumbledore had raised the wards. Ah, Voldemort said, with a terrible, dry humor. Well. Go back the way you came, Tom. Through the door behind you. Then walk the atrium. I will lift the wards as you cross the lobby. I am not chasing you. I am making you walk out of this ministry, past people who will see you, at the hour when the morning shift has arrived. The prophet, by lunchtime, will have 100 witnesses. Fudge is going to have a very difficult afternoon. You, of course, will not care. You will simply have to walk the atrium. It is a small humiliation. You will survive it. Voldemort looked at him. Albus, Tom. You are, still, the most infuriating man I have ever known. Yes. Voldemort walked. He walked past Harry. He did not touch him. Harry did not touch him. They looked at each other as he passed, and each of them filed the look, and each of them knew, with a dead, clean certainty, that they would meet again, and that one of them would not, by the end, be standing. Voldemort went. The door closed behind him. The wards, as promised, lifted above the atrium only. A minute later the first gasp from the lobby came echoing down. Selwyn had not moved. Dumbledore turned to him. Selwyn. Albus. You are, taken. We are taking you. I know. You are going to Azkaban. I know. You will live. I know. You will not age. We have prepared a cell. Yes. Do you want to say anything to the boy? Selwyn turned his head. He looked at Harry for a long moment. The moment was not malicious, and it was not sentimental, and it was not afraid. It was, Harry thought afterward, almost grateful. Mr. Potter. Sir. The system is yours. I will not come for it again. I am, tired. I am 400 years old. I have eaten the soul of a boy for 53 years. I was not, I think, as lonely as I told you I was. I was bored. I will sit in a cell for the rest of my life and think about that. I will think about the boy in the brazier. I will think, from time to time, about you. You will, if you are kind, one day, when you are old, come and see me. I will not be, by then, dangerous. I will be a curiosity. Come and see me. I owe you an apology, though I will not, on principle, apologize. I will, instead, receive you. If you come. I may come. I am content. He held out his good hand. Harry did not take it. Selwyn inclined his head. Of course. Fair. Fair. Snape and 2 Aurors walked him out. In the atrium, as Dumbledore had predicted, a great deal of commotion was still settling. Voldemort had walked directly across the atrium floor, past the fountain, to the visitors' entrance. He had been seen. He had been seen by 17 people. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Cornelius Fudge had resigned. Madame Bones was the interim minister of magic by dinner. By the end of the week, the Aurors were authorized, with the approval of the Wizengamot, to pursue Voldemort and his people with all necessary force, and a warrant for Tom Marvolo Riddle's person was issued for the first time in 20 years. Sirius, meanwhile, stood on the stones of the death chamber with his hands on his knees and his chest heaving as if he had sprinted half a mile. Harry. Sirius. You, I know. You saved me. Don't thank me. I am going to. Please don't. Thank you. Sirius, I am going to buy you a broom. I am going to buy you the best broom that has ever existed. I am going to, Sirius. Shut up. Come here. They hugged. Sirius hugged him so hard his feet left the floor. Hermione, across the room, was crying and did not bother to hide it. Ron was sitting on a bench and staring at his own hands. Ginny was on one knee beside Neville, who had taken a curse across the thigh in the last minute and was being talked down by Luna. Madam Bones was taking a report from Dumbledore. Snape was in a corner, cleaning his wand, and when Harry looked over at him, Snape did, for the first time in Harry's life, nod. Harry nodded back. Madam Bones knelt, briefly, beside the scorch on the stone and examined it with a scrutiny Harry would come to recognize as her signature. "Key's trap," she said, in the tone of a woman diagnosing a head cold. Old Key's trap. He was going to push Mr. Black through the veil on activation and close the door behind him. It would have killed him instantly. The tether would have held anyone who followed him through the veil for a full second before the veil. She paused, digested them. "It is a very, very old spell. Mr. Potter, how did you know it would be here?" "I dreamed it. Dreamed it. A dream Voldemort sent me. It was meant to lure me in and trap my godfather. I knew the mark. I studied the Key's spells for 6 weeks. I understood." She rose. "I will need a statement. Later. Not tonight. I will tell the prophet nothing, I assure you, that you have not cleared personally with the headmaster. I can keep a secret, Mr. Potter. I have kept many. Tonight I will only keep yours. Thank you, Madam Bones. Amelia, if you like. You have earned a first name. Thank you, Amelia. She walked up the stone ramp toward the circular room, clapping the dust off her hands. Sirius, at Harry's side, watched her go. Sirius's hand was on Harry's shoulder. Sirius's hand was shaking, very finely, in the way hands shake in the hour after being very nearly pushed through a door into nowhere. Harry put his own hand on Sirius's. He did not say anything. He did not need to. Pop. Sirius. I thought I was done. You are not done. I thought, going in, I would not come out. I had made peace with it. I had made my peace. And then you, Sirius. Yes. Make new peace with being alive. I will try. You will succeed. I will try. I will succeed. I will, Sirius laughed once, wet. I am going to be a very bad godfather to a very adult young man for the next 70 years. Counted on it. Good. They stood for a minute longer. Nobody moved them on. Dumbledore, across the room, was in quiet conversation with Madam Bones. Snape was, still, cleaning his wand. Hermione was sitting on a bench with her head against Ron's shoulder. Ginny was pressing a cloth against a graze on Neville's neck. Luna was, for reasons that made sense only to Luna, standing in front of the veil with her hand hovering 6 inches from the fabric, as if listening to it. She turned, at length, and said, to no one in particular, "There are voices." "Yes, Luna," Dumbledore said, without turning. "There are voices on the other side. We do not usually listen to them. You are allowed to." "Thank you. Tell them to be patient." Luna nodded gravely, as if she had expected the instruction. "I will." They came home to Hogwarts in the evening with Sirius alive and Selwyn in Azkaban and Voldemort having walked across a public room, and with the prophecy, which Harry never did hear all of, because Dumbledore told him it, at the end, in a quiet room in the hospital wing, and told him honestly, without flourish or weight, that prophecies were, in the final measure, stories that people chose to bend themselves to or not, in its unshattered sphere on a shelf in Dumbledore's office. Harry had not chosen. Harry would decide, he thought, later, what to do with it. In the papers the next morning the headlines were enormous. Voldemort returns, Ministry overhauled. Fudge out, Bones in. Prophecy recovered, Dark Lord at large. On the third page, in smaller type, Ancient Wizard Selwin imprisoned, Keys tradition exposed. On the fifth page, Student saves Godfather, Potter again. There were no corrections to be filed. There was, as Sirius had feared, no story calling Harry a staged actor. There was, instead, a story telling something like the truth. It was not, Harry thought, a fully true story. But it was closer than the story had been in a long time. He slept 12 hours. He ate, when he woke, an enormous breakfast. He went down to the grounds with Ron and Hermione and he walked around the lake the way Sirius had told him to, a day late but better than nothing, and he did not carry anything, and Hedwig flew above them in loops, and a new first-year Hufflepuff, on the shore, waved at him, and Harry waved back. At breakfast 2 mornings later, the great hall was fuller than it had been in months. The students who had been at the ministry were treated, by the castle, the way the castle treated anyone who had done a dangerous thing and come back. They were, without comment, given the good seats. A Hufflepuff 4th year, without asking, put the last piece of toast on Harry's plate. A Ravenclaw 2nd year, walking past, tugged his sleeve in the small, wordless way of younger students who had not yet learned to say thank you. Harry ruffled the 2nd year's hair. The 2nd year walked away with a face like a sunrise. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy caught Harry's eye and lifted a goblet, half an inch. Harry lifted his own. They did not smile. Some things, between old rivals who had decided not to be old rivals any longer, did not need to be smiled about. They only needed to be nodded at. At the end of breakfast Minerva McGonagall stood at the high table and said, briefly, that the exams for 5th year OWLS would proceed as scheduled, that there would be no special exemptions, and that she expected, as always, every student to give his or her best. There were groans. There was laughter. Life, the castle said, goes on. Life, the castle insisted, even in the middle of a war that had just become public, goes on. Harry ate. He finished his toast. He looked across the table at Hermione, who was already reading ahead for her arithmancy paper, and at Ron, who was, against Hermione's advice, drinking coffee, which Ron had never, until that morning, drunk, and for which he was already paying with a facial expression that suggested someone had tried to poison him. Harry laughed. Ron glared. Hermione, without looking up, said, "I told you," and turned the page. "I am going to miss this," Harry said, not to them, but half aloud to the air between them. "Good," Hermione said, still reading. "You're supposed to." In the afternoon he went up to the room of requirement alone. He sat on a cushion. He closed his eyes. System. Anchor. What now? Rest. And after that? School. Sirius. Friends. You have a life to live, Anchor. The war is not over. You know that. The war will ask you for more. Not today. What are you? Really? A kindness. I told you. A structure. A door. A library a long way back that has learned to be a boy's friend. I cannot be taken from you, now. Selwyn is the last man on earth who could have taken me, and he cannot any longer. I am yours for as long as you want me. When, at the end of a long life, you do not want me, you will let me go, and I will go, and I will wait at the edge of the world for the next person who will need me. Do you accept? I accept. Then we are settled. System. Anchor. Thank you. That is not necessary. You have been, a pleasure. He opened his eyes. The room, in its particular polite way, had arranged, in his lap, a plate of biscuits and a cup of tea. He ate. He drank. He sat with his back against the wall and his eyes on the window, which showed him a day he liked. Hermione came in quietly, an hour later, and sat beside him without speaking. Ron came in a few minutes after that, with Ginny and Luna and Neville in tow, and Draco, quietly, because Draco still did not know how to enter a room where his life would not be taken for it, came in last, and they all sat in a circle on the cushions, and they drank tea, and they talked about small things. A Quidditch match. A homework essay. The way Peeves had, that morning, replaced all the candles in the dining hall with tiny, wriggling owls made of sparks, which McGonagall had put out, one by one, with the expression of a woman who had dealt with Peeves for 40 years and would deal with him for 40 more. Draco told a joke Harry had not heard before, and Ron laughed until he choked. Hermione laughed at Ron choking. Luna laughed at Hermione laughing. Ginny did not laugh, she smiled, a long quiet smile, and slid her hand into Harry's. He held it. They talked until the light in the room's window had gone low and gold, and then orange, and then the pink of a day at its very end. On the way down to dinner, Harry lagged a moment at the door. He looked back at the room. The room was empty now. The cushions had been put back. The tea was gone. The window had closed. The room was, as it always had been, a space that existed when it was needed and did not when it was not. "Thank you," he said to the room. The room hummed, very faintly, and the door closed. That night, in Dumbledore's office, with Fawkes asleep on his perch and the portraits gently snoring behind their own little sets of closed eyes, Dumbledore and Harry sat across from each other with a small fire between them. Dumbledore was in a chair that creaked kindly. Harry was on a stool with his hands around a cup of something. The cup was warm. The office was warm. The castle, all around them, was a long settled quiet. "Harry." "Sir." "Is there anything, at all, that you wish to ask me now?" "Many things." "Ask." "How long have you known I was an anchor?" "Since September. The day after the Hogsmeade roof." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because, Harry, I was afraid you would not trust yourself with the knowledge." "I should have known better." "You trust yourself with more than most men." "I was wrong not to tell you." "I ought to have told you at Christmas." "I ought to have told you, perhaps, before." "I apologize." "You don't need to apologize, sir." "I do." "Sir." "Yes." "Will the system leave me when I die?" "I do not know. I suspect it may choose to. It seems to have opinions. It seems to have, if I may say, a certain taste. It seems to like you. It does. Take good care of it, Harry." "I will. And, forgive me, Voldemort will come again." "He will. He will come in the summer, I think, before your 6th year. He will come with a different plan. He will have been thinking about you. You will need to have been thinking about him." "You will need, sir." "Yes. Not tonight." Dumbledore smiled. "Not tonight. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, or the day after. When you are ready." "Yes." "Go to bed, Harry." "Yes, sir." He stood. He paused at the door. "Sir." "Harry." "Thank you." "For what?" "For everything. For this year. For being there at the ministry. For the boiled egg. For the warrant. For Sirius, for everything I can count and a great deal I cannot." "Thank you." Dumbledore stood. He came around the desk. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder, as he had, Harry suddenly remembered, in September, in an office after a Dementor had come for him. The hand was the same. The man was the same. The boy was not quite the same. "It has been," Dumbledore said, "my privilege, Harry. Go to bed." He went. On the moving stair down from the headmaster's tower Harry stopped to look, one more time, out of the high window at the moon. The moon was a thin rind above the lake. The lake was dark glass. In the distance a loon called, sharp and pure, and Harry thought, for a half-breath, of Hedwig. He thought of Hermione's head on his shoulder in the room. He thought of Sirius on the floor of the death chamber with his breath still in him. He thought of Selwyn in a cell he had not yet seen, and of a boy in a brazier whom Dumbledore had promised, find, piece by piece, and stitch back into a piece, if not a body. He thought of Draco leaning against a parapet on the astronomy tower in November and saying, "My mother." He thought of Ron's blanket. He thought of Neville's grandmother. He thought of Luna saying, barefoot, that he was brighter around the edges. He smiled. "Bed," he said, out loud, to the empty stair. He went to bed. He went down to dinner. Behind him, the candles in the corridor fluttered once, and settled, and burned on. Chapter 6 End.